Okay, you're live now, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Hello and good morning. Could I welcome councillors, officers and members of the public to this, our third remote meeting of the Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District Council Planning Committee. Could I also welcome Noel Duran from our legal department, and I ought to mention Stuart Ashworth, who is the Deputy Director of Planning and Environment, and he's with us too. Thank you very much. Now, my name is Councillor Chris Crofts, and I will be chairing the proceedings today. First, I will ask our Democratic Services Officer, Kathy Wagg, to conduct a roll call of members so we know exactly who is attending today's meeting. Kathy, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The first member is Councillor Bone, but I believe he did say that if he wasn't here to put his apologies in, so I will mark him down as apologies. Councillor Bauer?
Present.
Councillor Bubb?
Present.
Councillor Crofts?
Present.
Councillor Howland?
Present.
Councillor Hudson?
Present.
Councillor Joyce?
Present.
Councillor Kirk?
Present.
Councillor Lawton?
Present, and I declare an interest in item 2A.
Okay, we'll come to that.
Come to that when it comes to the application.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Manning?
Present.
Councillor Parish?
Present.
Councillor Patel?
Present.
Councillor Rose?
Present.
Councillor Rives?
Present.
Councillor Sandal?
Present.
Councillor Spikings?
Present.
Councillor Story?
Present.
And Councillor Squire?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. First of all, I would like to remind members that the meeting is being recorded and streamed live via YouTube. Members should ensure that their video is switched on during the meeting, but their microphones are turned off until you're invited by the chairman to address the committee. We will now go to the main agenda. The main agenda, apologies for absence. Kathy, I think you've already said one, haven't you?
Yes, Chair, it's just Councillor Bone.
Okay. To confirm the correct record of the minutes of the last meeting, you may recall at the last meeting I did ask Noel what was the requirement for minutes to be recorded. Now everything is on YouTube, assuming in perpetuity, and I think what Kathy has done has gone exactly on what Noel said. If you're happy with that, then I will sign them the next time I get the opportunity to. I will take it that you are happy with that. And the next one is declarations of interest. Anyone with a declarations of interest greater than anybody else present, would they please declare it? Now there's the time, Mr. Lawton, to declare your interest.
Yes, I've got an interest in, not pecuniary, in item 2A, just a public interest thing.
It's not pecuniary?
No.
It's not pecuniary. Okay. No. Anyone else got an interest to declare?
The usual Kings Lynn IDB.
Sorry?
The usual Kings Lynn IDB.
Are they mentioned in the agenda?
Don't think so, but you never know.
Well, yeah, I'm a member of that too, but if they're mentioned in the agenda, then I declare an interest. If they're not, there's no point. So anybody else got a declaration of interest?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Charles Joyce.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I, of course, know the representative of the applicant on the first two applications, former councillor Alistair Beales. And as he's a former councillor, I just wondered if we had already complied with the LGA's probity in planning, and the monitoring officer was informed of that. And if so, maybe Noel can just send us through whatever she said about it. That's it. I appreciate other members of the committee may not know Councillor Beales, so that would be a greater knowledge. Oh, yeah, former Councillor Beales. I will get it right in a minute.
That's right. And there's many of us. I don't know what the situation is. He's no longer a councillor, of course, but we do know him. Noel, is it necessary to list us all down, because that would be 3/4 of the panel? I don't really think it is personally, but that's up to our legal man. Noel.
I think the nature of his knowledge to the members of the committee is clear enough. I don't think there's a particular issue of that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now move urgent business understanding order 7. I know we've got some announcements from Stuart. Stuart, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to say, item 82F, and that was Stowe Bardolph, page 8 on your agenda. That has been withdrawn. That application has been withdrawn, so won't be considered.
Thank you.
Just to update you as well, the same agent won't be speaking on 82G either from your public speakers list. That's Walpole Highway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now get to item 5, members attending under Standing Order 34. Kathy?
Yes, Chair, sorry. We have Councillor Diwali on 81A and 81B at Gayton and Councillor Long on 82C at Marshall and St James.
Thank you very much. Item number 6, Chairman's correspondence. As always, I've passed them over to the officers to deal with, and we get then to receipt of late
before you do, Mr. Chairman, before you do, I did email you and say that I would raise this under Chairman's correspondence. The fact that the council's website was down yesterday, which was Sunday, which did inconvenience many people. I know you're a decent man. I know you'll apologise for that, but it's not you that should be doing the apologising. It is the Chief Executive and the Leader of the Council, because this is a very serious matter for many, many people who have an interest one way or the other in what happens with the planning, and that's when many people will do their last thing. And we must ensure that this never happens again. They could have done it last week, they could do it next week, but we must ensure this never happens again. I know you're a decent man, so your apology is just accepted, taken on granted. We must ensure this never happens again.
This is, I think I'm on dodgy ground if I go up to IT and say you can't do it and update the system on the weekend. I'm not sure how that would go down well with everybody else. I do take your point, but that is something that I didn't even think of doing. And the information I know was sent round to us all that it was going to be down the Tuesday prior to the meeting. So anyway, your comments are noted, and we will now go on to the receipt of late correspondence on applications. This is just to say we note you've received them, and then we get to...
Excuse me, but I had a message sent to you saying speak.
Terry, okay, Terry, I was not going to take it at this point, but okay, off you go.
Right, it's nothing sinister. It's that I did communicate with you earlier today, requesting that the recorded vote that occurs through the online meeting forms part of the written official minutes too, and ask you whether you could agree to that, or prevent me having to request it at every application. Thank you.
I did expect you to bring it up while we were talking and discussing the minutes, so I thought you might not have wanted to continue with that. But because you brought it up, I don't know what the legal requirement is again. And Kathy, I don't know if you're the person who does the minutes, and you're on about a recorded vote, aren't you? Do you mean to record it, who voted and name the people, or do you mean a basic 7-5, or what do you mean?
Is that a question to me? Yes, it's just the number. It's just the numbers. It's not the names.
Just the numbers. I see no reason why. But I don't know what the legal situation is. Is it? Do we have? If the committee decides to do that, presumably that will be a requirement.
The committee decides what they are satisfied is a correct record in terms of approving the minutes.
Okay.
The level of detail is a matter for the committee, therefore, to determine. There is separate specific provision for recorded votes where people specifically identify the way in which they voted. That's a separate procedure, and it's not a requirement for the minutes, nor is requiring the recording the numbers a requirement of the minutes. But if the committee consider the recording of votes in terms of numbers to be the correct record, then that is a matter for them to decide.
It's a committee thing. I was wondering whether the committee would agree. We have a training session coming up in about 10 days. I wonder if you would agree if that question could be brought up at that point, and we will see what the committee think, because that will give everybody the opportunity to contribute. Would you, if anybody objects, that's what I intend to do, put that on the agenda for the training session that is coming up. I forget the date actually, but it's in about 10 days time. And if nobody objects now at this point, I will make sure that is an agenda item and we can get that on. That will be discussed and decided prior to our next meeting, which is August the 10th. Okay, that's what I intend to do. We now move on then to decisions on applications. Now, before we do
Chairman,
that,
I got my name down. I got my name down.
Sorry, there's two now. I was really trying to avoid. Okay, we've now got Councillor Ives and then Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to come back on the suggestion that recorded votes should be taken. I personally believe that the names of all the councillors showing how they voted should be a part of the permanent record, so that everyone has access to that information now and hereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. We will do that at the training session and see what the committee thinks. Martin Story, please.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Just to say, I do think these questions, what have been asked so far this morning, could have been done either at an early stage or a training session or something like that, Chairman. They're not really for the meeting this morning. And just to say, Chairman, that I do put the withdrawal of the Stow Bardolph application. I do think, Chairman, really they ought to be known to the planning committee a long while before, or the planning committee members, a long while before the morning of the meeting, Chairman, because we've read them, we've digested them, we've got to say what we're going to say, and all of a sudden we find them withdrawn. And also just another point, Chairman, if I may, I do think when we receive late correspondence, I do think we should have them earlier. I don't think Friday, the day before the meeting, 12 noon is soon enough to have late correspondence. I think the cut-off date should be before that, Chairman. Thank you.
I think Stuart ought to say something about that. I know the situation. Stuart.
Well, first of all, Chairman, we only received the withdrawal this morning.
That's right.
Now,
That's
an agent or applicant can withdraw an application at any time. If you remember, we've had someone stand up in a meeting and do it before it was considered by committee.
Yeah,
so that can happen. So we've let you know as soon as we can. Late correspondence, I mean, you've got to think as well of well, applicants, parishes, members of the public want to make comments on applications. We give them till the end of play on the Thursday before the meeting to make those comments. So really, we've got to collate them if you remember as officers, and really, earliest we can get them out is Friday afternoon. So that is why we release late correspondence then, because it is covering that period, that week before, after publication to before the meeting.
Thank you, Stuart. I didn't know that that item was withdrawn right at the last minute, and this does happen now and again, which we can't do too much about that. Before we go to the index, the first application, well, we've got to note the index of applications for a start, but of course you've got had the paperwork for that, so we'll class that as noted. And the decisions on applications. Now, before we go to the first one, I'd like to read out the following, please. This is important. This is to keep, this is for speakers, people who want to speak. Sorry, I've got it on the wrong piece of paper. Right, here it is. Right, before we begin with our first application, could I remind members that all our public speakers and all our public speakers, that they have, after they have spoken, would they leave the Zoom meeting, and the rest of the debate can be followed on YouTube. The reason why we say that is because you may recall that on our first meeting, remote meeting, one agent or one interested body sent everybody a message via the chat system because he was still hooked onto our meeting. That cannot be allowed to happen. When we get to making decisions, councillors make the decisions, and there should be no input from anybody else. So that's information for our speakers. Sorry, my voice is going. We now come to the first application, and this is on page 9. We have 4 speakers, and it's the Reserved Matters application, residential development of 40 dwellings, associated estate road access onto Back Street, and demolition of existing farm buildings. You will all be familiar with this. We have 4 speakers, and this is Helen Morris's area. Helen, over to you to present the application to our members.
Thank you, Chair. Just bring up the presentation. So, good morning, everybody. This is a reserved matters application for a residential development of 40 dwellings, associated estate road access onto Back Street and demolition of existing farm buildings, follow the grant of outline planning permission in August 2016 under reference 15/00188/OM. So this is the application site here. There are better site location plans on pages 9 and 10 of your agenda pages. So this is the proposed site plan. This has been revised since the last meeting. So members will recall that the application was deferred from the 1st of June Planning Committee meeting after initial motions to reviews and then approve the application were lost. So the existing outline consent is for 40 dwellings on the housing allocation site for Gayton, G41.1 in the Site Allocations and Development Management Policies Plan. So this reserve matters application is for 40 dwellings on a slightly smaller site. So you can see the site is here in the coloured area. A full application that is also before the committee today and is next on the agenda covers the remainder of the site. So that's this area here, and that's for an additional 6 dwellings. So as you can see here, access for the site would be from Back Street. You can see that there's an area of retained woodland here, and then open space, which does exceed policy requirements. There's a local area of play here. The pond would be retained. There's agricultural access here through to the land to the north. And 8 affordable units are proposed, although of this application, if this application and the concurrent full application that is to be considered next on the agenda are both approved, then 9 affordable housing units will be required across both sites. The additional affordable unit would be provided on the reserve matters site. So these are all shown in orange on the plan here. So you can just see with the laser pointer, just showing you the affordable housing units there. So since the last deferral, the applicant has made some minor amendments to the scheme and provided further justification for the proposal. So as I briefly touched on already, access to the agricultural land to the north has been shown clearer on the plan now. It has also been widened, and trees, as well as the previously proposed 2-metre high close board fence and hedge, are proposed here in between the adjoining property and the access. The local area of play has also been moved to the southwest rather than the southeast of the pond to allow for the widening of the agricultural access and to allow greater separation as well. The affordable housing units have been amended to better integrate them with the open market housing in response to concerns that were raised about pepper potting at the last meeting. Further explanation of the lack of garages for 9 affordable units has been provided, and it's also important to note that 9 open market housing units have no garages either. So in this sense, the scheme would be tenure blind. And finally, sheds have been provided for cycle storage for the 18 properties in total that have no garages. So this is the 9 affordable units and also those 9 open market housing units. So if I go into the remainder of the plans now. So there are various house types proposed. So this just shows the elevations and floor plans for house type A. This is a pair of the semi-detached units, house type G1. a small row of terrace units, another row of terrace, another pair of semi-detached properties, and then another semi-detached, and then through to bungalows that are also proposed within the site. Another type there. One of the larger detached units. And then this just shows the garages as well are proposed, some of the units, but as I said, not all. And another type, like link attached. So this is a view of the site from St Nicholas Close. And then this is a view from inside the site adjacent to St Nicholas Close, looking northeast. And there is existing public footpath that runs along here up towards Gayton School. And again, this is looking towards St Nicholas Close. And this is looking from inside the site, looking south towards the neighbouring property called Fieldside. And then this is looking from inside the site, looking southwest towards the rear elevations of properties fronting Back Street. This is the existing footpath I referred to that runs along the side of the site up towards Gayton Primary School, which is just here. This is the neighbouring property Fieldside at the southeast corner of the site. And then this just shows existing properties at the corner of Back Street and St Nicholas Close. And the application site is beyond these to the rear. This shows examples of properties along Back Street in the vicinity of the site. As you can see, they are quite varied. This is a view from Back Street looking into the site. So into the site, showing the existing agricultural buildings at the entrance. So this would be where the access will be into the site. Again, the view from Back Street. And this also shows part of the tree belt and retained woodland. It shows further agricultural buildings in proximity to the entrance. And then this is a view from within the site looking east. So in the distance, you can just see properties on St Nicholas Close and the rear of Fieldside, and also some of the properties fronting Back Street. And again, this is the rear elevations of properties fronting Back Street. And then this is from within the site looking southwest, showing the existing agricultural building and also the tree belt to the west. And again, another view looking west, showing the existing tree belt, which will be retained. So the key issues in the consideration of this application are as set out on page 12 of your agenda pages. The recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions, and the application is brought to committee as the Office of Recommendation is at variance with the views of the Parish Council, and it has been referred by the Assistant Director. There is late correspondence on this application as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Helen. We've got 4 speakers. Kathy, I don't know whether or not the Parish Council chair, speaker is available, or was you going to read it out?
Hello, Chair. It's Wendy. That I could just confirm that Sarah Wenwick is actually online and ready to address the committee.
Oh, welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. Like the previous speaker, there's a map on. Would you, as I refer to each appendix, are you able to flip between one and the other, or do you want me to do it on screen sharing?
I can flip between the two.
It looks a bit constricted on the one I just saw. Who am I talking to?
This is Helen Morris, the Principal Planner.
Would it be all right if I shared?
It's over to Democratic Services to deal with this, not me.
I shared last time.
Right, okay, if it's possible without no problems.
It's fine.
The other person will have to stop sharing their screen.
Yeah.
Can everyone see?
We can now.
Right. So I'm just going to flip between Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 like that.
Right, good.
As long as I don't mess it up. Okay. I speak on behalf of, my name is Sarah Rennick, I'm Vice Chair of Gayton Parish Council, and I speak on behalf of Gayton Parish Council regarding planning application 19-00694 RMM for 40 houses. This application was originally a single site upon which a development of 40 houses was planned. It has since had a bite taken out of it, top right, which is 19-01831F on Appendix 2, upon which this developer has applied to build 6 houses. If these 2 planning applications are granted, the original site will have 46 houses on it, not 40. Gayton Parish councillors have objected on the grounds of high density and not in keeping with the immediate neighbourhood. Gayton Parish Council is grateful for the pastoral response received from Nigel Doran, Principal Lawyer, on 25th of June 2020. It trusts that all matters have been addressed correctly and looks forward to a full response in due course. Gayton's Green Centre has been identified by the community as a green space that the community would like to retain for the well-being of the residents as part of the evolving neighbourhood plan. Gayton Parish councillors ask that the Borough Planning Committee considers its concerns before irreversible damage is done to the central green space character of Gayton. The application 19-01831F for 6 houses has been shortened into the original site area, thereby increasing density of the outline application to 17 and possibly paving the way for future development to the north, which is currently countryside. Is it the intention to force the hand of the planning department to favour further building in the countryside in the middle of Gayton? Impact of density on character, Appendix 1. There are 3 character areas adjacent to the site shown, 2 of which have been used as a comparative for the density on the Manor Farm site. St Nicholas, a former Borough Council development from the mid-20th century, Hawthorne, part of the Willows development. The Backstreet character area on the southern side of the village largely overlooks agricultural land to the south and is the area that residents and visitors will pass on the way to the Manor Farm location. This is a highly relevant area which should be considered when comparing densities, as it is 11 homes per hectare. The average for the entire village is 13, and the extra 6 houses proposed in 19-01831F makes 46 houses on the original area, giving a density of 17. Proposed houses are large on small plots and shown together give a feeling of higher density than its surrounding area, and that is shown clearly in Appendix 1 on your screen. The Manor Farm development will change the rural centre of the village more profoundly than was previously the case, possibly paving the way for future high density development to the north. Parish councillors believe that the format and structure of these 2 applications suggest that Gayton Village is being groomed for fundamental character change. Website correspondence relating to Manor Farm. There are approximately 30 letters of objection to these applications, with only 1 in support, yet the summary provided for this meeting gives equal space to both the for and against arguments. This appears to be a significantly disproportionate representation of the opinion received from the local community, and an explanation for this disparity should be provided. Gayton Parish Council would propose that the current scheme is refused, but the development should be granted as per outline planning of 40 houses on the entire original site, thus going back to the original density of 15 and closer to the average for Gayton. Conclusion, Gayton Parish Council is objecting to development as it stands. It feels that it is neither acceptable nor necessary to squeeze extra dwellings into a site already much denser than average, adding to the potential for further incremental ravaging of the nature of the heart of Gayton Village. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, James Burton. Kathy, I think I'll leave the announcements to you. I'm sorry to butt in, but it was giving you that job, wasn't we, originally?
Yeah. Chair, I will, it's Wendy.
I'll consider myself a slap on the knee for that.
I will introduce them if that's okay for you.
Yes, you should do, yes.
Yeah, and we have Mr. James Burton to address the committee next, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favour of this application, and I hope that you're all keeping safe and well. To recap, this application is to be considered in conjunction with the full application for 6 dwellings. As such, this proposal is a total of 46 dwellings that will be delivered by a local landowner with local building contractors Walker Construction and local consultant team for the benefit and use by local people. The scheme before you today has been an iterative process and has been developed working closely with your planning officers and technical consultees. We'd like to thank them for their input and engagement in working with us to achieve a scheme that complies fully with national and local planning policies with no technical consultee objections and officer support. The application was deferred during the planning committee on the 1st of June, and although no reasons were issued, we have worked closely with officers and identified and responded to the following areas of concern raised during the debate. Number one, no garages to affordable units. It should be noted there are a similar number of open market and affordable dwellings that do not have garages. As such, it is considered that the open market and affordable units will be fully integrated without a visual disparity. We have also spoken with registered providers and housing enabling, and they have confirmed that their preference is not to have garages. This is reinforced by the scheme behind the Rampant Horsing Gate and by Freebridge Community Housing, which have no garages on the site at all. The proposal is policy and NPPF compliant, meets the needs of registered providers and has the support of the housing enabling team. Number two, the committee considered the affordable units were not adequately pepper potted. We have redistributed the affordable units with mixed tenure units, and the proposal will ensure the units are truly tenure blind and are delivered to the same quality of the open market housing. We would note that both this and the previous proposal comply with CSO 9, national policy and the council's guidance and have no objections from the housing enabling team. Number three, confirmation of the location of the field access and comments from CSNN. We have clearly identified the agricultural access on the site plan, and we have relocated the LAP and increased landscaping to this area. CSNN have confirmed they have no objections to the proposal. Number four, premium by neglect of the remaining land. Gayton Estate will continue to farm this parcel of agricultural land. The estate manages and actively utilises small parcels of land throughout the village of Gayton successfully, and this will continue. The land will be kept in good order and actively used and maintained as part of the estate's operations. Number five, secure cycle storage. Each unit with a garage has an oversized garage which is capable of cycle and car storage. Each unit without a garage has a shed space provided for secure storage of cycles and therefore meets the policy requirements. Number six, the number of units. The total site has an area of 2.65 hectares and is C3 residential land with outline approval. The proposed development density of the site as a whole, including the 6 dwellings, is 17.34 dwellings per hectare. This is considered to make efficient use of residential land as required in the NPPF and also respects the form and character of the area, as well as the surrounding density. For example, St Nicholas Close has a density of 17.86 and the Willows has a density of around 19.77. The Willows is most relevant in context terms and is adjacent to this proposal. And it should be noted that we're proposing a total of 2 dwellings per hectare lower than the Willows. It should also be noted that the land to the rear of the Rampant Horsing Gate, which was recently approved, has a density of 26 dwellings per hectare, 8.83 dwellings higher than this proposal. The increase in numbers on our site allows us to offer the full requirement of affordable housing, with the intention of offering additional build-to-rent properties for affordable rent to the residents of the village. We're also providing significantly more than the policy requirement for open space, and this will be available to the whole village to use. Number 7, electric vehicle charging and A-rated EPC. As noted previously, each property will have a charging point for electric vehicles, and each property, including affordable homes, will strive to achieve an A-rated EPC, utilising air and ground source heat pumps, and be designed for low water consumption and the installation of solar panels. To conclude, we have fully considered and responded to the points raised during the previous debate, and the previous speech and statement remain relevant. The site is identified for development in the local plan, benefits from extant approval and is in keeping with the form and character of the area, with lower development density than the surrounding housing and without negative impact on neighbour amenity. The scheme makes efficient use of development land and will not result in harm, fully meeting the policy requirements of the local plan and the NPPF. The site is also in flood zone 1, has no technical objections and planning officer support. As such, we respectfully request that you support your officers and recommend approval of this scheme with the conditions you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we now please have Alistair Beales to address the committee? Thank you.
Welcome, Alistair.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is from the owners of Gayton Estate. I'm Alistair Beals, estate manager, and I'm speaking in support. The estate is a farming and property business based in and around Gayton. The main farmyard is just outside the village, and the main office is at Gayton Hall on Back Street, where the family have lived for over 150 years. A long-term approach is taken to farm and business matters, with the estate taking an active role in village life. Accordingly, much thought and care was put into this planning application. The parish council was kept informed and has welcomed changes made as a result of their input. The applicant, the architect, and the builder have all been to PC, and ward borough councillors have visited the site. Planning officer advice was sought and followed throughout. 4 local estate agents were consulted about garden size, house type, and layouts most in demand in the local market. The estate intends to develop the site in-house with a local builder partner and retain as many homes as possible under the build to rent policy. Currently, it is planned to add 18 homes to estate housing stock. However, concerns raised by this committee are understood and revisions and clarifications made as follows. Density. It is density, not the number of homes that count. At just over 17 dwellings per hectare, density is lower than the adjacent St Nicholas Close, built nearly 70 years ago in the early 1950s, significantly lower than nearby Birch Road, built in the 1990s, and much lower than the recently approved Freebridge scheme in Gayton, which is 26 homes per hectare. Affordable housing. Borough policy CS09 requires developments of 43 to 62 homes with 20% affordable to have a maximum cluster of 6 affordable homes. The proposed layout has no cluster greater than 3 affordable homes, and even then, 1 on one street and 2 on another. There is true integration with no house type dedicated solely to affordable, and some semi-detached homes being affordable one side and open market the other. CSO9 makes no reference to garages. Sanctuary Housing and Freebridge Community Housing have confirmed that RSLs do not want garages, as does the Borough Housing Team. A Freebridge scheme in Gayton, approved at committee in November 2019, had no garages for any of the 22 affordable homes, nor the 2 open market homes. Approval at committee in January 2017 for a 25 home scheme in Upwell included 5 affordable homes, 2 pairs of semis and a small detached home, amongst 20 much larger self-build homes on significantly bigger plots. Most, if not all, of the 20 large open market homes have garages. None of the much smaller affordable homes do. Those precedents reinforce that this scheme is fully compliant with policy, shows good integration of market and affordable homes, and is truly tenure blind. Covered bicycle storage. All garages are longer than standard to provide space for bicycles. The 9 affordable and 9 open market homes without garages all have a garden shed for bicycle storage. Access to the agricultural land at the rear will be to the west of the main body of the development, as you've seen on the revised plan. The phrase premium by neglect was used on the 1st of June. This will not happen. Gayton Estate owns another 10 village fields, which average some 1.5 hectares each, much smaller than the 2.6 hectares or so of farmland left at Manor Farm. Those 10 fields include arable land and sheep grazing, as well as allotments, horse paddocks, and a village football pitch. The fields are accessed from Back Street, Winch Road, Lynn Road, and Lime Kiln Road, and have not been the source of noise or nuisance complaint. The Manor Farm land will continue to be farmed as sheep grazing and arable as part of the estate's 2,000 acre in-hand farm. Members, as reflected in the very positive report to this committee and recommendation for approval, this is a well-designed, policy-compliant, low-density scheme on an allocated site, which will provide a very large area of public green space and much-needed housing for the open market and for the affordable tenure. I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beals.
Could we have Councillor De Wally now, please, to address the committee?
Welcome, Michael.
Good morning, Chairman and fellow councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. If it assists, I will speak on both applications together. I have Thank you. I've received communications from fellow councillors, Gayton Parish Council, and a representative for the applicant expressing their dissatisfaction in the determination of these two applications so far. I'm therefore compelled to register my concerns with regard to due process to date. Please may I highlight the fact that Gayton Parish Council has not been given sufficient time to consult on the amendments proposed by the applicant since this reserved matters application first came to committee 2 weeks ago. Moving on, I do not accept that 19-00694 RMM reflects the approved outline permission 15-0188 FM. The application before you has changed the red line and shrunk the size of the approved site whilst retaining the same number of houses. The cost is increased density and the loss of a valuable green space at the eastern end of the site, which has effectively been replaced by a line of trees. The amended plans also eat into the western green space by the inclusion of access to the agricultural land that was previously questioned. No appropriate mitigation measures have been proposed to demonstrate that the resultant loss of open space will be replaced by equivalent or better provision in terms of quality or quantity. The density of these two developments together should be more appropriately compared with that of Back Street, which is how the estate will be accessed. If not, then Gayton as a whole. It is inappropriate to cherry pick the most heavily developed areas of the village as comparators. There is quite simply no need for the additional 6 houses proposed in 19-01831F. The requirements of the local plan have been more than satiated, and Gayton has borne more than its fair share of development of late. It's been made very clear to me, not least through the emerging neighbourhood plan, that a significant proportion of residents highly value the green centre of their village and oppose evidence of development within it. Worries have been expressed to me about safeguarding the pond to ensure that it is safe for children to play near. I respectfully request refusal of these applications so that the developer can come back with something that is in both keeping with the original outline application and reflects local needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Helen, have you got anything to add from what the speakers have just said?
Just a couple of points. Yes, please, Chair. Just in terms of the issues of density that have actually been mentioned by all the speakers. Density is fully covered within the officer report to committee, within the principle of development section and form and character section on pages 21 and 22 of the agenda pages. Officers do consider that the level of density is relatively low and it is in keeping with the form and character of the area. Also, I think it is important to note that the reserved matters application that is being considered at the moment does fully accord with the outline planning permission that was granted under 15-00188/OM. This was approved for 40 dwellings, and the proposal under the reserved matters application that you are considering at the moment is for 40 dwellings. So it does fully accord with that, although yes, it does take out the corner of the site and it is on a slightly smaller site area, but they are well within their rights to do that. There's no issue with that. And in terms of the matter of open space that was raised by Councillor Diwali, I would just say that the amount of open space far exceeds our policy requirements for open space provision. Again, on page 22 of the officer's report, it says, in terms of accommodating 40 units, the layout does not appear cramped with the amount of open space far exceeding policy requirements. 2,054 square metres proposed compared to the policy requirement of 680 square metres required. And the agricultural access that's proposed does not reduce that significantly. So it still far exceeds policy requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Members, you've heard the full speakers, you've heard the presentations. from the planning officer. It's now up to us to discuss the application. I have nobody who's put their name down in chat at the present time to speak. Anybody wishes to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've got my name.
I can't see any. You can't see your name, Charles. Why is that?
Vivian's and so is Tom's.
Why can't I see them on here? Oh, that's. I'm sorry. Mine's gone wrong way up. I do now. I'm sorry. I take it back, Charles Joyce. I really am sorry. I didn't see that. It's. I'll have to reverse this. It's a bit overcomplicated for me, but I'll get there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could address one or two of the issues, let's deal with the housing issue first. The housing officer has written, as has been said, about the affordable housing. Octavia Hill, she is definitely not. She should be ashamed of herself for what she has said, because the issue of rents, which has been raised, it was George Osborne who enforced housing associations to reduce rents. So rents is not an issue as far as that goes for the housing associations. They just want as much rent as they can get. And on the garages, with a shared ownership, there is no maintenance cost put on the housing association. It is the people who are living in the property. So both this committee and the applicant has been misled. There is no reason whatsoever for there to be not to have garages in the affordable housing unit. And that therefore makes the property not tenure blind. I can't blame the applicant. I can't even blame the planning department. It is the housing department who are misleading this committee. The other issue, another issue is the police architect liaison officer. She says, you know, the report says, she says it's okay. She didn't say that. She said that there should be a 1.8 metre boarded fence. If we look to the north, it's 1.2. She saw it was 1.2 and said it should be 1.8. She also expressed concerns about the G's and the B's, about the garages. That's not in the report. And of course, the permeability of the site. I mean, there's a 5-bar gate, which, yeah, that will stop a bullock, that will stop a sheep, but it won't stop Jack the Lad jumping over it when the police come in through Back Street. And of course, if we look to the east, number 17, I'm not sure if that is a passageway through there, but certainly at number 20, there is a passageway. Police come in through the main entrance and he's gone. He's gone on his bike, he's out St. Nicholas's Close and he's away. That's permanent. That should have been blocked off. In some way, that should have been blocked off. If we look at other aspects of the housing, to be honest, 18, 19 and 20, those three sheds, they just look like privies, to be honest. Privies at the bottom of the garden, that's what they look like. They should have been brought nearer to the house so the electricity could be supplied and then there would be something more in it. But the fact of the site is still going to be used for farming, I mean, it means it's going to be sprayed. It's almost impossible to stop a drift. And this is totally surrounded by housing. And with the chemicals that are used nowadays, the herbicides, fungicides, insecticides, and more is all the one thing, the damage that they can do to people living there is untold. I mean, the biggest issue would be the endocrine systems that are attacked. They affect the unborn and they affect people at puberty, because that's when there is major cell division. You've then got all sorts of problems with carcinogenic, respiratory, gastrointestinal, and neurological. That's Gulf War syndrome that we're talking about there with these chemicals, and they will be the same chemicals. It would be easy to get round and placate the Parish Council and say that's a village green, but that's not what we're dealing with. We're running into that. And then we have the density. Well, I actually did write down what the density was. The transport statement does not back up the actual application before us. It did say a maximum of 40 houses, but it said on the 2.65 metres, or 2.65 hectares at 15 properties per hectare. And there's a disclaimer in that transport statement that says they will not stand by anything that differs from that. So rather than supporting the applicant, the transport statement supports the parish council on overdevelopment. Mr. Chairman, I just can't see how we can support this as it is. Here it comes back, it takes note of the police's concerns, it takes note of the parish council's concerns, it takes note of the housing tenure considerations. Yes, you know, it's almost a rubber stamp job, but as it stands, it's not. And to be absolutely clear about this, on a property development of 40 homes, the maximum cluster is 4, not 6. We were misled previously at the committee, and I'm sure former Councillor Beales has only made a slight mistake, but it is 4 on a development of 40, and that's what before us. It's overdeveloped, it's not tenure blind, it's not pepper potted. It could easily be pepper potted by changing 1 or 2 of the houses and put them in with the garages. It's easy done. Just why hasn't it been done? They've had a second go at this, and they should have done it. So with all that, I don't have any...
Are you going to wind up now, Charles? You've had a long time.
Yeah, I'm doing it, Chris. I am winding up. I have no option but to put this forward for refusal. As much as I actually want to say this should be approved, but no, as it stands, I have to put it forward for refusal.
Thank you.
Grounds.
Thank you, Councillor Parish.
Thank you, Chair. It seems that when pressed, applicants can make some effort to potentially improve their plans. However, an issue and a question do remain. The issue is whether the Parish Council, principal objector to the application, has had time to consider and review its objection. Before I come to the question, members should note on page 21, penultimate paragraph, that this application should be considered on its own merits. Now, the question which has to be answered is whether the current proposal for 40 houses on a reduced parcel of land is better than the outline consent granted for 40 houses on a larger parcel of land. Logically and practically, it cannot be. The proposal will cause the density of housing to increase and the space available to each dwelling to reduce, an important factor in these COVID-19 times. I therefore propose that this application is refused on the grounds that, on balance, it will create a poorer proposal than that of the outline permission already granted permission. And I'll refer you to CS06 bullet point 2, which says maintain local character and a high quality environment. CS08 bullet point 3, respond to the context and character of places in West Norfolk by ensuring that the scale, density, access and layout will enhance the quality of the environment. MPPF paragraph 91C, enable and support healthy lifestyles, especially where this would address identified local health and wellbeing needs. MPPF paragraph 118B, recognise that some undeveloped land can perform many functions, such as for wildlife recreation, flood risk mitigation, cooling shading, carbon storage or food production. If anybody has got any other reasons for refusal, I invite them to propose amendments now so that they can be discussed rather than dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spikings.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. As you know, I was one of the people that recommend refusal on the first application. But since then, it's been deferred and we now have this application before us and we've had some new speakers as well. But I would like to allay one of the speakers' fears about the Upwell site, which he made great reference to. For members who are not knowledgeable enough on this one, I was chairman at the time and this was my land with my husband along with 2 other landowners. But I would like to state that I had no working part whatsoever when all of these decisions were being made as to what went into the site, how they looked. They were self-built and others did it. I took the back seat because of my position.
Vivian, with respect, we're really discussing this application in Gayton.
No, I know, and it is pursuant to that, because one of the great things about it is we talk about affordable housing on this particular site and the cluster of it. And I still don't feel that this has been particularly well spread out. I think it's been fudged around in the middle. I could see that this site could still be well spread out with regard to the affordable. I don't think they've embraced the meaning of it with regard to the garages and that, to say that you'll give a shed and there's maintenance issues if we put a garage. I think it just comes down to the affordable housing people wanting to have the lower cost and put them in to get the rent. So I'm sorry, I'm not in favour of that at all. And I would like to know as well, and I can't see it in the report, whereabouts do they talk about when, if this does get passed and the affordable go in, at what stage do the affordable go in? Because on my site, after about 15, we had 5 go in, and I'd like to see the same principle applied to all.
Councillor Ives.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions, and if I can ask them in a way so I can get separate answers to each question. First question, is it possible to see a picture of the farmhouse which is about to be demolished, or is it proposed to be demolished?
I think you did earlier, didn't you?
No, I didn't see it. I saw pictures of everything else. I saw pictures of the old barns, but I didn't see the actual house itself.
Helen, can you help in that area?
It's the barns that are being demolished.
It's just a barn, isn't it?
Do you want me to bring up the photographs to show you?
I just wanted to, is there a farmhouse between the barns and Back Lane?
I'll just bring up the, if you just let me open the presentation one moment.
Of course.
So if I flip through to the photographs. So these are the agricultural buildings. There was previously an agricultural building facing onto Back Lane or onto Back Street that has already been demolished, I believe.
Okay, I understand.
But these are more modern agriculture.
So that is the view from the road. There is no house between the road and those barns.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, second question. Regarding the pond, as a one-time owner of small children, it concerns me that there's a pond right next door to a playing area. I don't think one would ever do that by design. Is that something we should be concerned about? What precautions are we going to require being taken in respect of the pond? And who will be responsible if there's any sort of accident involving the pond? That was question
I believe the pond will be fenced to prevent any accidents.
Will that be conditioned?
It's not secured under the conditions at the moment, but I believe that's one moment.
I can't see it can do that.
What? Condition of fence around a pond?
It's covered within the Section 106 agreement, I believe.
Okay. And who will be responsible for the pond if there's any sort of accident there?
Again, all the maintenance and everything for the open space and the pond will all be covered by the Section 106 agreement that's already in place on the outline planning permission.
Okay, but to answer my question, who will be responsible?
I don't think that has been confirmed as yet, because so again, it's covered by the Section 106.
Okay, so
and the
we don't know who's going to be responsible
won't have been reached as yet.
So we don't know who will be responsible for that pond in the event of an accident. Okay, I'll move on to the third.
Chairman, Stuart, it will be the landowner. The landowner would be responsible. Sorry, Chairman. That's it.
You want to speak, Stuart, because I can hear a lot of things that happen here that you ought to respond.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, it will be the landowner who would be responsible.
Can I just ask my third question?
Okay, then we'll go to Stuart.
Sorry, am I?
Yes, Councillor Ives, yeah.
Thank you. My third question goes back to this traffic statement which was presented with the original application. That, since then, we've had an increase of 15% in the number of dwellings on this site being the overall site, which was looked at previously. 15%, I think, is significant. Also, of course, we have the move of the school. So I really do ask myself, can this original traffic statement be relied on, given there's been such change in the village with the school and this large increase in the amount of dwellings being built? I would be concerned, because I think 15% is a significant number. As we know from previous council statements, There were concerns at the time regarding the traffic statement, and the increase in dwellings is hardly likely to make the situation any better. I might ask a question further on, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Stuart, you wish to respond?
Chairman, I don't know if you want to deal with any more members. I could come in at the end and sum up. Chairman.
Well, yes, you can. You're coming at the end. Okay. Christine Hudson. Have you got your microphone on, Christine? Helen, could you take your picture down, please?
My concern is that the back street is not a very wide road. It's very difficult for two cars to pass each other in some places. And if you're going to put 46 houses on that plot, that is an average of possibly 72 cars increase going down that lane. I think if you're wanting to do that sort of development, you've got to look at the surrounding area, and the surrounding area, that is Back Street, really can't take that amount of traffic. And I think something would need to be done about the traffic in the area if you are going to put that number of new houses in and the potential number of traffic movements in the area.
The access arrangements have already been approved at the earlier application. Colin Manning.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along with Michael Diwali, of course, I represent this ward, so it's, I thought long and hard about this, and I actually agree with a number of points that people have made. Rather like, I think Councillor Diwali mentioned, I think it's rather unfortunate that this has come back so quickly, because I think if they'd had a bit more time between the last look at this and perhaps the next time we look at it, if it had been in the future, there may well have been more, perhaps a bit of give and take on both sides to get a better resumption. I'm not too happy at the moment. I think a lot of the points raised by Sarah, I think, is speaking against it, and Councillor Diwali, I can see the reasoning. I also think that, that the applicant, I think, is one of the more reasonable people, to be quite frank. And I think that in many ways, I think probably there is still, personally, I think in a previous meeting, I think last one we had, when we looked at something in Grimston, I think it was Councillor Story who said that if the two people, the applicant and the objector, had got together, this could probably be resumed and resolved. And frankly, I think that there is room for movement on this. I do feel that I can understand the concerns that people have on both sides. Like it or not, there is outline planning permission. We can't go against that. They have got outline planning permission. But on the reserve matters, I do not feel over happy with what is still on the table. So I'm still churning over in my mind as to which way I would vote on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Could I just make an announcement? I keep getting messages, and if I try and concentrate on them and respond to you, then I miss part of the debate. So if you want to raise anything, just put your name down, nothing else, and then I will get to you eventually. Then you can say what you want to say. I've had 3 already, or 2 already, and I just cannot respond to them and concentrate on chairing the meeting. So please don't do that. Vivian, I've got you down. Do you want to speak again? With a different point, yeah?
Yes, please.
You do.
It's
okay.
Just a follow-up question. I still haven't had my question answered about when will the affordable housing going in, at what stage, please?
Thank you.
If
I
it's
will
passed.
make sure that gets dealt with now. I did say to Stuart that we would let Stuart speak at this point, yeah? There's still, Helen is down too as well, but Stuart, do you want to speak at this point?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you my sort of summary. Just a couple of issues to clear up. On the housing guidance, it's not planning policy, but it's obviously housing guidance. It talks about development sizes and maximum cluster sizes. And what it says for a development size of 43 to 62, I think it'd be difficult to argue this isn't one scheme, 2 applications, but one scheme. Very difficult to argue that. It's clearly one estate. Any sort of logic would show you that. And that, where you've got between 9 and 12 affordable units, you've got a maximum cluster size of 6. Now, you'll take your own view on whether that guidance is adhered to, and obviously whether there's full integration here. You've heard both sides of the argument on that. I mean, my professional opinion is this is a good site. It's a good scheme. It's an allocated site. So obviously some of the comments on objections relating to health, I mean, you're talking about an allocated site. Housing was always going to come forward there. So if you're going to start objecting on agricultural land and sprays from land on allocated sites, I think you've got a very difficult chance of appeal on that issue. Crime and disorder, clearly there's no evidence that there's going to be a problem. We haven't got an objection from the police. You've got permeability as well. You want to connect to footpaths and make it easy for people to walk into the village. So there's no evidence there. With garages, we have no policy, either national or local, that says each house must have a garage. So again, we'd have to go to appeal without that in play. I think the nub of the matter is whether you think there's a problem caused by the extra 2 houses per hectare, as the parish council said. It's gone from 15 to 17 houses per hectare. My professional opinion is that isn't a problem. And in fact, they've got the making effective use of land in the NPPF. Talks about local planning authorities should refuse applications which they consider to fail to make efficient use of land. So it's almost the opposite argument. So, Chairman, those are my thoughts on the case, but obviously as members, you will take the decision.
Thank you, Stuart. Helen, do you wish to speak?
Yes, please, Chair. It was just to clarify a few of the points, in particular in terms of the footpath link on the eastern side of the site. That is actually a policy requirement of policy G41.1, and it is also secured by the Outline Planning Permission, so that does need to be there. Also, in terms of the phasing of the affordable housing units, or the phasing in general of the site in response to Councillor Spiking's issue, if I share my screen again and bring up the site plan again. Sorry, let's go back. Flip through again. You can see the coloured dots on all of the properties. These are the different phases of development, so you can clearly see when the affordable housing units would come forward. So these 2 units would come forward in phase 1. These would be in phase 2. And then the remainder would all be in phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll put my own name down next, because I know we've got a lot of newer members on our committee who probably won't realise the background to an application site like this. This came through as, or is, an approved site. Under the LDF programme, lots of sites are submitted for development. The vast bulk don't get through the first hurdle, but the top ones, when they are then scored according to how close they are to the shop, how close they are to the parks, is it on a footpath, is it on a bus route, and all sorts of things like that. They're all scored the same way. This site came out the top for Gayton. And every site that was considered used the same point scoring system for it to arrive here. Then it got outline planning permission, which means the access arrangements and the principle of development is already established. We just come to the reserve matters, which is now. And now I find this, being through the process it has, it's been scrutinised all the way through. The statutory consultees, highways, etc., environment people, they would all have been informed of this application and this site as the progress went on, including the parish council. It may well be that there's different members of the parish council now, but they would have been consulted and their comments sought, and it's still got to the top bit where it is now. I find the thing acceptable personally, and I really think that some things members are coming up with are so extreme, I cannot see it's going to help people live a lifestyle or interfere with a lifestyle there. The next person I've got to speak, I can't get my thing to work again, sorry. It's Charles Joyce.
Chairman.
Sorry, Martin, have I missed you?
Yeah.
Right. Charles Joyce, where are you then, mate? Let's have a look. Chris Crofts, Charles Joyce. Martin Story, you're after this one. Charles Joyce, then Martin. Well, I've got Terry Parish, but Terry, you'll have to speak. I'll invite you to speak when it's. Then you'll have to do your proposal then. Charles Joyce now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just refer Stuart to MPPF 182 on this health issue. I won't say anything untoward, but the unborn and children at puberty is a serious issue, as is Gulf War syndrome and any similar effect. However, 182 says very clearly that we should not have development that will impact on a business and basically force it to close, which of course, when the spray drifts, it's surrounded by housing and people will complain. The Environmental Health Department must take note of that and must take action. And even if they think it might, they have to put an enforcement notice. So that is a serious issue. The other issue is, of course, the police. The police have raised a concern and that has been ignored. Are we seeking to have planning as a crime ghetto? Is that what we're trying to do? Because I don't think that's what the applicant want. I'm certain that's not what the people who live there want. So we should actually say no. And if Councillor Parish is looking for an amendment, I will put forward those amendments to him, including the failure to have a full mixed tenure with Pepper Potty. It is possible. I agree with Councillor Manning. It is really easy to do this, and it is a shame it's come before us, but my hands are tied, and if Councillor Parish will accept those amendments, I'm quite happy to support him and second him with his previous proposal. All I say is, do you accept those amendments of crime disorder backed up by the police? The transport statement does not support this application. The health issue is, if it's MPPF 182 along with MPPF 170, they are there. And the affordable housing policy is also not being given full due regard. I think that's 6.4.3 of the affordable housing policy. How specific do you want me to be?
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do now is invite Martin Story to speak, and then Terry Parish, because he's going to make a proposal, and then Alan Rives, because he is going to second it. These come through messages. I prefer not to have these, but this is what has happened. So Martin, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, may I start by saying I'm one of those councillors who knows one of the speakers, as you know, Chairman, or ex-Councillor Beals. So I just thought I'll make that point. I come at this application, Chairman, like I do on all my applications, to be fair. I come from a common sense point of view, Chairman. And if I may say, looking at this application and reading it, having seen there's 18 dwellings without a garage on their premises. With the greatest respect, when I go around estates or in my own house or wherever I know of, there's a garage, there's either a car in it or that's filled with household goods of one sort or another. So the actual garage itself is used, to my extent, 100%. So when I see an application come forward where a large majority of the dwellings proposed haven't got garages, it brings to mind, Chairman, a bit of lack of common sense and a bit of restriction on those who probably have those dwellings to actually use, the car in a proper and correct manner to be put in the garage and probably store their household goods, which they exceed to have sometimes, in a secure place, Chairman. So I don't probably agree with all those dwellings not having garages. I must take up a very serious point, which all is serious, to be fair, on planning. But this one, Charles, as you know, Charles Joyce has brought up as regards about agricultural spraying. And obviously, Chairman, you would probably expect me to comment as I'm a farmer. All I can say to you, Chairman, is with the greatest respect, we live in a rural community and probably a large number of houses in certain areas are surrounded or have farmland, one side of them or another, which is probably sprayed. May I say, Chairman, I can't think of any instances, not to say there won't be one, but I can't think of any instances come to mind, whereas a farmer has been prosecuted for spray drift going into a residential area and affecting people's health. Or so there may be some, but I can't recall one, Chairman. I must just say to Charles and the committee as well, you have to remember these farmers who do this spraying, or their farm workers or staff, have to go through numerous courses on safety grounds to make sure they're capable of using the chemicals provided. So I think you should give some creed to the farming community, but they will use these, hopefully, in a proper and correct manner. So one would assume that may not come to be. And as I say, the area where we live, you will be spraying. But you could say to the farmer, Chairman, with great respect, you could say that little parcel of land he's got adjoining this application, he could put that into a stewardship scheme, whereas providing wildlife and so forth in and around the area there which he's providing for development, and therefore spraying wouldn't actually necessarily have to take place. So he could do that and get paid for the stewardship scheme by entering it anyway. So there's a lot going on with this application, Chairman. The applicant has, one would assume, bent over backwards, reading these reports time and again. That seems to be going on forever about what he's done and what hasn't he done and the rest of it. I think he's probably dotted most I's and crowded most T's, to be fair, Chairman. There probably are one or two issues still may be requiring further investigation, but one wonders how far you have to go to get permission. When you see policies all seem to be dotted and T's crossed, you seem to be most people in favour to a certain degree. And what I can read of it, Chairman, the estate seems to be a good neighbour to Gayton. So I do honestly think they've worked hard on trying to get it correct. But I can understand one or two people's point of view. There may be a few concerns which still remain. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Martin. Terry Parish, I will go to you because you want to make a proposal, you said.
No, I asked you to remember that I had made a proposal, and sometimes
right. Could you regurgitate what it is, please?
Well, first of all, isn't the procedure to take any amendments and vote on the amendments first? I believe there are several amendments being proposed.
I haven't seen. Where am I looking for them?
Didn't Charles Joyce suggest it, and didn't Councillor Spikings?
Well, if you're going to make a proposal, you include anything that Charles said if you want to use it.
No. Charles has got to propose his amendment, or Councillor Spikings has got to propose an amendment, and then we can vote on the amendments, and then I can read out my motion.
I don't know what the legal situation is now. If we go to amendments first. Noel, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. The proposal hasn't been seconded yet, so there isn't a substantive motion before the council, before the committee.
Well, we haven't had a proposal, as I understand the proposal yet. Amendments need to be considered or not.
You did have a proposal, Chairman. I read it out. I said, I therefore propose that this application is refused on the grounds, and then read out the grounds. We've had a debate since, and in that debate, several people have suggested that they may wish to add amendments to my proposal. So they've got to propose their amendments. Somebody's got to second their amendments. We have to vote on the amendments. And then if they're included, it goes on to my proposal. And then we vote on my proposal.
It's getting a mystery to me. So you are proposing a refusal?
Councillor Parish's proposal is yet to be seconded.
We got to who's going to second that? Oh, Councillor Rives, he's typed it in as well. Yeah, I wish people would verbally tell me this so I can see that. So you're seconding whatever...
Councillor Rives does need to say it in public rather than typing it on the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, I just do not like messages on the screen. I'd rather have it verbally.
My apologies. I was really trying to make your task easier, Mr. Chairman. I would like to second Councillor Parish's proposal.
And its proposals, we don't know what they are yet.
Well, you did, because I read it out ages ago, but I'll read it out again in a moment.
Could Councillor Parish
read it out again then?
Yeah, can we just establish whether there's any amendments to go on it first, please? Otherwise, after last week's...
Can I make an amendment to the proposal?
I'm just looking for where his proposal is, yeah.
He gave it orally to you.
I gave it orally to you.
He has it written down, so maybe if you read it out again, that would be helpful.
It would be a good idea because I can't find it.
This is what I said earlier.
Right.
Members should note, first of all, that on page 21, penultimate paragraph, this application should be considered on its own merits. And then the proposal was, the question which has to be answered is whether the current proposal for 40 houses on a reduced parcel of land is better than the outline consent granted for 40 houses on a larger parcel of land. Logically and practically, it cannot be. The proposal will cause the density of housing to increase and the space available to each dwelling to reduce, an important factor in these COVID-19 times. I therefore propose that this application is refused on the grounds that, on balance, it will create a poorer proposal than that of the outline permission already granted permission. And I quoted for these references, CS06 bullet point 2, maintain local character and a high quality environment. CS08 bullet point 3, respond to the context and character of places in West Norfolk by ensuring that the scale, density, access and layout will enhance the quality of the environment. NPPF paragraph 91C, enable and support healthy lifestyles, especially where this would address identified local health and wellbeing needs. And NPPF paragraph 118B, recognise that some undeveloped land can perform many functions, such as for wildlife, recreation, flood risk mitigation, cooling, shading, carbon storage or food production. So that was my proposal.
And you're seconded that, Councillor Rives?
I wonder if I can make an amendment to the proposal as it stands.
Well,
Someone
add
can
something
perhaps
else.
advise me. Sorry?
Are you noting all this, Stuart? Presumably you are.
Chairman, yeah, I've got the proposal from Councillor Parish.
Right.
I'd also like to add that I believe the application is in breach of DM15. And I quote, development proposals should aim to create a high quality environment without detrimental impact on amenity of new and existing residents. I feel that because the proposal doesn't have garages, this fails to satisfy the high quality environment concerns of DM15. There are lots of issues obviously about the density, and I would also like just to note that we define Gayton as, quote, a farmland with woodland and wetland landscape, a medium scale landscape with a varied sense of enclosure. And I believe that this proposal, with this very high density, is not consistent with our own observations to Gayton.
Members, you've had a proposal and we've had a seconder, and I'm now going to put it to the vote. You've heard all the words used. There's 101 of them there. Stuart, no doubt you can collate them together.
Can I make a point of order, please, Chair?
Yes.
I noticed that you were not in attendance at your screen when the presentation was made by the developer on this proposal, and therefore I suggest that it's inappropriate for you to vote on it.
I went to switch the light on.
You weren't at your screen
all the time.
You weren't at your screen for a 20-second period, sir.
Yes, that's right. I went to put the light on.
Therefore, you were not attending the meeting. Therefore,
I could hear you. You don't want me to vote, do you?
No.
I can hear.
No, it's you weren't in attendance at the meeting. Those are the
right.
votes.
I won't vote.
I'll
okay,
go stand over there. Fine. Look, I tell you what. I'll go over here.
No, I understand. I won't vote, Councillor. That's fine. But that's what happened. Right. But we've had a proposer. We've had a seconder. The only thing is that we now have to go to a recorded vote. Right, so we're voting on the proposal to refuse the host of reasons Terry Parish knows, Stuart no doubt has noted. It's been seconded by Alan Rives. So we now go to a recorded vote. Kathy, over to you. If you either vote for the refusal or not. Over to you, Kathy.
Chair, just before you go to the vote, please, I think Stuart would like to say something.
Stuart, off you go.
Well, perhaps Noel can help as well, but as I understood it, it was Councillor Parish's proposal was proposed to be amended by Councillor Rives. So I think members will need to take a view on that.
And in addition, I believe Councillor Joyce has amendments he wishes to propose.
I don't know where to start with this. Where's the way forward with this?
Does Councillor Joyce still want to pursue his reasons for refusal in the light of advice given?
First of all, I think Councillor Parish needs to accept Councillor Rives' amendment if we can get to that stage first before I do anything. I mean, it's down to Terry to accept or reject Tom's amendment.
Yes, I'll
No,
accept.
I mean, sorry, go on, Terry.
Yes, I'll accept his amendment.
Okay, fine.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I would ask Councillor Parish to accept the concerns of the police that it is only the boarded fencing, to be specific about it, but that is a concern of the police. So I would like to put that forward also as an amendment. It's up to Councillor Parish if he accepts it or not.
Yes, I do.
Okay, are we ready to go for the vote? Presumably we are. Kathy, over to you. You're voting for the refusal.
So you're voting for the refusal?
Yes.
So
It's either for or against.
Councillor Bauer?
Against.
Councillor Bubb?
Against.
Councillor Crofts, you're not voting, you said.
Well, I've been told I can't, but I'll accept that. But I was 20 minutes away. I'll have to accept it, but I'll watch what happens to other people. Right, up we go.
Councillor Howland?
Accept.
Sorry, are you voting for, so you're voting for refusal?
Yes.
Councillor Hudson?
Abstain.
Councillor Joyce?
For.
Councillor Kirk?
Against.
Councillor Lawton?
For.
Councillor Manning?
For.
Councillor Parish?
For. Sorry.
Councillor Patel? Councillor Patel? Councillor Patel, are you there?
Have you got your microphone on, Schmidt? Schmidt, have you got your microphone on?
No, right. Councillor Rose?
For.
Councillor Rives?
For.
Councillor Sandal?
Against.
Councillor Spikings?
For.
Councillor Story?
Against.
Councillor Squire?
For.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah. You left the meeting, didn't you?
No, I didn't. It was on. I couldn't get out of mute. Sorry. There was a problem with the.
We can go back to Councillor Patel then to vote.
So against.
Yes.
So you're voting for or against, Councillor Patel?
Against the refusal.
Right. Okay. 1, 2. Right, so that's 9 for refusal, 6 against refusal and 1 abstention.
That application has been refused, and we could go and do these other 6 now and then have a comfort break. Or shall we come back? Let's come back. It's now 11 o'clock on the dot, so we'll reconvene at 10 minutes past 11, and the next application will be Gayton again for the other 6, I believe it is. So we'll see you back. If you switch your microphones off, well, your microphone should be off anyway, switch your videos off, and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes time, 10 minutes past 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just bring up the presentation. So this application seeks full planning permission for 6 dwellings and forms the remainder of housing allocation site G41.1 in the site allocations and development management policies plan. So this application was also deferred from the 1st of June Planning Committee meeting as it directly relates to application reference 1900694 RMM that has just been considered and obviously has just been refused. So this is the application. We can see this application site area shown outlined in red here, which includes the estate road that was also proposed under the last application. And this shows the proposed site layout in the top corner of the site here for the additional 6 dwellings.
Chair, I'm sorry, I must interrupt. The host will not start my video again.
Nor mine. Councillor Story.
This is going to happen every now and again. I'm afraid the BBC suffer with that sometimes, don't they? And they can't do anything about it. So I can't see what we can. Can you keep trying, IT, to get them connected? I can see you there now, Tony. I can see you. Tony Bell.
Yes, yes, yeah. It started now, okay.
This is going to happen, I'm afraid, now and again, and there's very little we can do. This technology is beyond me, but it does happen. As I say,
I didn't want to be accused of not being here.
We can't. Sorry?
Chairman, my video's not been turned on. It's Colin Rose.
Colin Rose either. Well, it's very little I can do, but you can hear us though, can't you?
I can hear you, yes, thanks.
Good. Presumably, Helen, you can continue then.
Chair, members they can start the videos themselves.
Right. Is it a problem that they've got to solve themselves or can solve themselves?
They can do it themselves. They can start their videos.
You can switch your own video.
themselves.
Oh, yes, you can. I didn't realise you hadn't done that. You've got a video screen on the bottom of
we can't start the videos for them. We can mute them. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not using an iPad. I've got a laptop, but I understand if your video's got a cross against it, then highlight that and you should get hooked in. Yeah.
Perhaps as a precaution, we should take a roll call to see who's reattending.
Yes, I think this is what happened before, isn't it? Okay, I think probably before you recommit, Helen, we will take a roll call. Kathy, can you just organise that so we know exactly who's here?
Yeah, certainly. Councillor Bauer.
Present.
Councillor Bubb.
Present.
Councillor Crofts.
Present.
Councillor Howland.
Present.
Councillor Hudson.
Present.
Councillor Joyce.
Present.
Councillor Kirk.
Present.
Councillor Lawton.
Present.
Councillor Manning.
Present.
Councillor Parish.
Present.
Councillor Patel. Councillor Patel.
Your
Present.
microphone's off, Shimit. It's on now. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm having technical difficulty here for
It's a
some
button.
reason.
That's what it is.
You know, but it's not doing it all the time when I'm pressing the button.
All right.
I don't know what's happening.
Next is
Councillor
who?
Rose.
Present.
Councillor Rives.
Present.
Councillor Sandal.
Present.
Councillor Spikings.
Present.
Councillor Story.
Present.
And Councillor Squire.
Here.
Thank
I think
you.
We're all
Yeah,
here.
that's everybody. Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Helen, over to you to recommend your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. So, as I was saying, this is the site location or site plan proposed here for the 6 dwellings, and it would still use the same access estate road that was proposed under the Reserve Matters application with access from Back Street. So these are the house types proposed. There's a pair of linked detached units, and it shows double garage and single garage. This is house type B, which is one of the detached units. And this is a view of St Nicholas, from a view of the site from St Nicholas Close. And again, from inside the site, looking northeast. So this is the area of the site for the 6 dwellings that are proposed. Again, there's this existing footpath link up to the school. And again, this is a view from inside the site, looking east towards St Nicholas Close. And then looking towards the neighbouring property field side. This is looking southwest across the wider site, so across the Reserve Matters site that's been refused. Again, this is the existing footpath between the site and St Nicholas Close. Neighbouring property field side. Existing properties at the corner of Back Street and St Nicholas Close. Examples of properties along Back Street and in the vicinity. And then the view from Back Street showing the existing agricultural buildings at the entrance to the site. And some more pictures there. And then this is a view from within the wider site looking east. So it would be in this area here, the proposal for the 6 dwellings. And again, this is the wider site looking towards the rear elevations of properties fronting Back Street. And again, this is the other part of the site with that was from the Reserve Matters. So the key issues in the consideration of this application are set out on page 34 of your agenda. Given that the previous Reserve Matters application 19-00694 RMM was refused, in order to ensure a comprehensive and high quality design and layout is achieved across the whole allocated site, then this application is now recommended for refusal. And the application is brought to committee because originally the officer recommendation was contrary to the parish council recommendation, and it was referred by the assistant director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Helen. We have 3 speakers if they wish to speak.
Could we please have Sarah Renwick to address the committee, please?
Certainly. Oh, can I just share my screen again, please? Right, there's just one appendix this time. For official purposes, I am Sarah Rennick. I'm Vice Chair of Gayton Parish Council, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Parish Council regarding planning application 19-01831F for 6 houses known as Manor Farm, to which Gayton Parish councillors have objected on the grounds of overdevelopment and not in keeping with the immediate neighbourhood. This application has been shoehorned into an original application, which was a single site on which a development of 40 houses was planned. This bite taken out of the original planning application seems to demonstrate that these 6 houses are part of another plot of land that will have been broken into and will lead to further development on an area that is currently countryside and outside the development boundary. Again, is it the intention to force the hand of the planning department to favour further building in the countryside in the middle of Gayton? Much of Gayton Parish Council's objection relates to density concerns, as it does and did to 19-00694 RMM. But as these 2 applications are being treated separately today, the following also replies, and it's a slight repeat of what I've said before. Gayton's Green Centre has been identified by the community as a green space that the community would like to retain for the well-being of the residents as part of the evolving neighbourhood plan. PC councillors ask that the Borough Planning Committee considers its concerns before irreversible damage is done to the central green space character of Gayton. There are 3 character areas. This is the impact of density, and this is Appendix 1 that you're looking at now, adjacent the sites shown, 2 of which have been used as a comparative for the density on the Manor Farm site. St Nicholas, former Borough Council development from the mid-20th century, and Hawthorne, part of the Willows development. Backstreet character area on the southern side of the village largely overlooks agricultural land to the south and is the area's residents and visitors pass on the way to the Manor Farm location. This is a highly relevant area which should be considered when comparing densities, as it is 11 homes per hectare. The average for the entire village is 13, and the 6 extra houses proposed in this application makes 46 on the original area, giving a density of 17 as before. The Manor Farm development will change the rural centre of the village more profoundly than was previously the case, possibly paving the way for future high-density development to the north. PC councillors believe that the format and structure of these 2 applications suggests that Gayton Village is being groomed for fundamental character change. Gayton Parish Council would propose that the current scheme is refused, but that development should be granted as per outline planning of 40 houses on the entire original site, thus going back to the original density of 15 and closer to the average for Gayton. Gayton Parish Council is objecting to the development as it stands. It feels that it is neither acceptable or necessary to squeeze extra dwellings into a site already much denser than average, adding to the potential for further incremental ravaging of the nature of the heart of Gayton Village. Once again, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Could we please have Alistair Beales to address the committee, please? Thank you.
Could you take your that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. You've certainly given your officers something to do in supporting your refusal. Quite why Councillor Spikings felt the need to defend herself, I don't know, Chairman. There was no inference of any wrongdoing. That precedent was in there as it's the worst example of affordable housing and pepper potting I've seen in nearly 15 years as a senior councillor. It's awful. This site is hugely superior. We talked long and hard about finding an example that was worse than that. We couldn't find one. Garages. There seems to be this obsession with garages. Are we now saying, is the council now saying that any application without garages is of low quality and will be refused? I think we'd like that question answered, please. I noticed that members of this committee welcomed the Freebridge application in Gayton with no garages, welcomed it with open arms, and are on record of doing so. I'd like that question answered. Councillor Rives, I can help you with the farmhouse. A disappointing lack of knowledge. I actually live in it. You're looking at it. I really don't want it demolished, and you really should know it was there. Regarding the refusal itself, difficult to know the grounds. We'll pick the bones out of it and see what comes forward. And for Mr. Doran's information, we will be looking very carefully at issues of predetermination, given some of the language used this time and used last time. And we shall be going for appeal. and shall be seeking costs. And with the officer's report, and as one of your very experienced committee members pointed out, with policy I's dotted and policy T's crossed, we are very confident and we will be going for costs. Good luck with the rest of the meeting, Chairman. You have a task on your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. We now move to the third speaker.
Councillor De Wally, did you have anything extra to add to this debate, as you are down to speak on this application?
Yes, please. Thank you. I'd just like to say that I support the officer's revised recommendation of refusal. It is in nobody's interest to approve in isolation, given the refusal of the associated 40 homes. Thank you.
Thank you. We could go to the vote, but we've got one person wishes to speak. Charles Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very, very rarely does this happen, Mr. Chairman, but I support.
All right, it doesn't.
I support the officer's recommendation for the reasons. I won't comment on anything that former Councillor Beale said. So I propose the officer's recommendation to refuse on the grounds they have put forward.
Right, the recommendation for us to vote on is to refuse. We have to have a roll call. And Kathy, over to you.
I think Councillor Bubb had put his name down to speak.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Just came in.
That's just, yeah, I've got a 1 against it. Sorry, Tony. We will go to the vote after Tony has spoken.
Thank you, Chairman. There's a problem here. If we refuse this automatically because the other was refused, it's just going to keep coming back as a sort of perpetual motion. I think the only thing we can have is a proper full application for the 46 on both sites. Every time you split it up, you make it impossible to vote for one and not the other.
That's up for the applicants, Tony. I see your point of view. Could we go to the vote now, please? This is over to you, Helen. Sorry, no, over to you, Kathy.
Okay, Councillor Bauer.
Abstain.
So this is for refusal of the application.
You're voting to refuse it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm abstaining.
Bubb. Yep, thank you, Councillor Bauer. Councillor Bubb.
Agree with refusal.
Councillor Crofts.
Refuse.
Councillor Howland.
Refuse.
Councillor Hudson.
Abstain.
Councillor Joyce.
For refuse.
Councillor Kirk.
Refuse.
Councillor Law. Is that to refuse the application, or is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You should say
right.
4, really.
So that's 4. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Councillor Lawton.
For refuse.
Councillor Manning.
For.
Councillor Parish.
For.
Councillor Patel.
Abstain.
Councillor Rose.
For.
Councillor Rives.
For.
Councillor Sandal.
Against.
Councillor Spikings.
For.
Councillor Story. Councillor Story.
Against.
And Councillor Squire.
For.
Chair, that's 10 votes for refusal, 4 against, and 3 abstentions. Thank you.
That, as expected, has been refused. And that's the oddest application I've had to chair, to be perfectly frank, the way it went and the reasons why we've turned it down. But there we go. It's democracy for you, and that's what happened. We now move to the next application, which is page 46, which is Brancaster. There it is, the replacement dwelling following partial demolition. We have one. Helen, this is you again. We're recommended to approve.
Thank you, Chair. So the application site is situated on the north side of Main Road, Brancaster Staithe, and comprises a existing 2-storey semi-detached dwelling. So here you can see the proposed site plan, and you can see the site location plan outlined in red here. There are also better site location plans on pages 46 and 47 of your agenda pages. So this shows the existing semi-detached dwelling. As you can see, there's a 2-storey part to it, and then a front projection that is single-storey, and the front projection would be retained, and it's the 2-storey element that would be demolished, and you can see the outline of that shown here. So the application seeks approval for a replacement semi-detached dwelling, which will be formed, as I said, of the 1-storey front projection, which sits 90 degrees to the road, and a replacement 2-storey volume attached to the neighbouring dwelling. And the main 2-storey volume will comprise 3 bedrooms, and the existing 1-storey front projection will form a 1-bedroom link attached annex. So you can see the proposed floor plans here. This will be the ground floor, and you can see the annex would be in this area of the front projection, existing front projection there, and then the first floor, which is smaller there. So this would be the front elevation and the rear, and then this is the side here. So the replacement dwelling will be constructed from brick, flint and clay pantile, which will match the neighbouring attached dwelling. So this is a view of the site from the southeast. The site does fall within the development boundary and within the Brancaster neighbourhood plan area. The site also falls within the area of outstanding natural beauty, and the rear garden leads down to the Norfolk Coast Path. So again, this is a view of the site from the south and from the southwest. So again, front projection that would be retained, and then this element of the 2-storey would go, and then this is the neighbouring property. And this is just a view of the front projection from the west, and a close-up view of the site here. And then a view of the site from the east. As you can see, there's no immediate neighbouring property on this side. And then towards the rear of the property, so this is the rear of the dwelling, and then the neighbour. And then this is just looking towards the east boundary here. And again, looking towards the neighbouring dwelling. And a view of the site from the neighbouring garden to the west. And then a wider view of the site from down the end of the rear garden towards the coast path. And then a view of the nearest neighbouring property to the east. As you can see, there's quite a large separation distance. A revised block plan showing the parking layout for the proposed replacement dwelling was recently submitted and was reported in late correspondence. Only 3 on-site car parking spaces are required to comply with adopted parking standards, but 5 spaces have been shown on the site plan. So the key issues in the consideration of this application are as set out on page 48 of your agenda. The recommendation is to approve, and the application is brought to committee because the officer recommendation was originally at variance with the views of the parish council, and the application was referred by a sifting panel. However, as reported in late correspondence, the parish council have now withdrawn their objection.
Thank you. We have one speaker.
Could we have Mr. Lane to address the committee, please? You have 3 minutes.
Are you with us, Mr. Lane? I can see you. Your microphone's off. Mr. Lane, your microphone's off. If you put your microphone on, we can hear you. No, we can't hear you. But you're speaking on, no, but we can't hear you. Could you turn your microphone on, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Sorry, technology.
Okay, great.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and councillors, and thank you for allowing me to speak in support. I am the owner of this property, and we wish to rebuild the main dwelling house, which is in a very poor state of condition, and retain the non-heritage asset, which is particular to Brancaster Stade and is of a street scene. You will have seen in the previous photographs by Helen Morris that in fact we have already gone a long way to repairing a building that was falling down and leaking. We had started this operation in November, or started the planning application in November 2019, and have worked with both the council and the Coastal Path people over this period to get this project right. Finally, we got support from the Coastal Path people, and we had a recommendation from them that they thanked us for working with them to develop this property, which is unusual in an ANOB. Up until May 2020, we had no contact from the parish council. The parish council were kept up to date with every change that we made. In May, we got an objection once delegated decisions had been passed to a councillor. The council lives 3 doors away from our property and has been obstructive ever since. We have had as much as last week different various objections which we have tried to answer. So much so, culminating in last Wednesday, we have had to get the parish council to agree to come on site to actually verify our facts. With that occurrence, they put in a withdrawal of their objection. The main reference to planning committee is the offered recommendation is at variance with the parish council. That is no longer the case. We intend to make this our permanent home, unusual in Brancaster Stade. We have worked hard and for a long time, and as you can hear, I'm very emotional about this. We feel we have had a lot of problems raised which we are unaware of. Even as much as today, a councillor has said he has a question of public interest, which we don't know anything about, and we feel it's quite unfair.
Mr. Lane, I'm sorry, you've had your 3 minutes. I don't know if you can hear my beeper
That's
going. All right.
Okay, thank you. Have you got anything to add what the speaker has said, Helen?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Nothing at all. Nobody's put their name down to speak, so presumably it's okay to go to the recommendation, which is to approve. We will have to go through a roll call again for that. Kathy, over to you.
Hold on, I'd like to speak, if I may.
Your name's not down anywhere.
That's because I'm unable to access the list at the moment. I've just got...
Alan, have you got problems with your...
I have just printing this off. I'll put my name down. Hold on a second.
Well, that's okay.
Point is, I would like to speak. May I do that, please?
Will you speak then? Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I think the plan looks absolutely fantastic, but I've just got one question vis-a-vis the neighbourhood plan. And there's a policy on house size which says dwellings of 5 bedrooms or more will exceptionally be allowed where evidence is provided that this is needed to provide the main residence of a household with long-standing residence in the parish. And it further says rooms otherwise designated in plans but clearly capable of use as bedrooms will be counted as bedrooms. So my question is, how many bedrooms are there in this development and how many rooms are there which are capable of being counted as bedrooms?
Helen, do you want to get to that first and then we'll go to Stuart?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, the officer has addressed this on page 53 of the agenda pages. It says the proposed dwelling and the annex will have a total of 4 bedrooms. We haven't considered the small study space to be a bedroom in this case, and we consider the policy to the proposal to comply with policy 1 of the Brancaster Neighbourhood Plan. And it is also important to note that Brancaster Parish Council themselves do not raise any objection to this application, and specifically don't raise an objection on those policy grounds, which is their own plan. Thank you.
With respect, if the policy exists and has gone to referendum with the local community, the policy overrides the initial observations of the Parish Council. I think as a point of fact, I did ask the question as to the size of the study, and I think I was told it was 2.4 metres by 2 metres. Was that be correct?
The size of the site is reported in the size of the study is reported in Lake Correspondence.
Okay, can you just confirm that size to me, please?
It is. One moment, I'm just going through. Apologies, I'm just trying to find it. It's 2.4 metres by 3 metres.
Okay, I put it to you that is absolutely adequate to be a bedroom and even a double bedroom. So I don't agree with the officer's view that it's a box room and not capable of being a bedroom. I think under terms of the neighbourhood plan, this property has 5 bedrooms and therefore should be rejected, regardless of what Parish Council's think and regardless of the merits of the design which we see. We either uphold the neighbourhood plan or we don't. Thank you.
Stuart, you wish to make a comment?
Chairman, that's wrong. There's an adopted neighbourhood plan, which is the one we need to look at. The other neighbourhood plan, again, is not at a stage where it can be given weight. And in any case, it provides in excess of the number of parking spaces, even if you take that as a bedroom. So whichever way you look at it, it's fine, I think is my point.
It's not about parking spaces, it's about the rooms. And
yes, but that leads to parking spaces, I understand, because it's number of bedrooms and okay.
But it's the rooms we're talking about, and we're talking about the neighbourhood plan, and this is what the neighbourhood plan says. So either we agree as a panel that we disregard the neighbourhood plan, or we say the neighbourhood plan has priority. That's the question, and that's the issue.
Okay, I mean, perhaps Helen can clarify, but I know that certainly the plan that we need to look at is the original neighbourhood plan from Brancaster. The draft plan is just that. It's draft, and it's not at a stage where it can be given weight.
Alan, could you put your name down again to speak, please? I know you just opened putting your mic on. Could you do that, please? And then if you want to make a comment, take your turn. The next person to speak is Councillor Lawton. This is your ward, I understand. Councillor Lawton, have you got your microphone on? Councillor Lawton.
Can you hear me now?
We can now. You hadn't got your microphone on. You have now. Okay.
Yeah, I had a job on muting it. Yeah, I'd just like to answer a criticism by the applicant. I wasn't putting anything in the way. All I want is things done properly. Now, nobody seems to take notice of the parking situation. In the Norfolk County Council advice sheet, they advise, or they say, there should be a turning area separate from the parking area, which this hasn't been done. If you look at the plan, the new plan that they've sent in on Friday, I think it was, or Thursday, they have omitted the turning area. They show 5 parking spaces, 3 of which would block access to the possible turning area at the back. This is the narrowest part of the village, and it is, I think, near on a metre narrower the road is here. And it creates a danger. My interest is, I live just up the road, not 3 doors away, about 50 to 60 yards away, actually. And if there are cars parked on the main road, which very often they do outside the smithy, it makes it very difficult for myself and 4 of the dwellings to get out of our drive, because any traffic coming from the west has to come into the opposing carriageway to overtake the cars parked outside. And there is no vision. You've got to have a good half of your vehicle out into the main road before you can see anything. So this hasn't been taken any notice of by the planning department or by highways.
Highways approved.
That is my only contention. I want a strict condition put on that they have a turning area and that it's used. I know they say people can reverse in. Very rare that happens. They drive in and that's it. As I say, it is an unsafe predicament. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
Nothing
Councillor.
personal. It's personal and public safety.
Councillor Spikings, you said amend condition 2.
Just that I noticed that you were earlier going to take the vote, so that's why I just put that in, because obviously that's
I see. Well done.
Yeah, and I wanted you to see it.
Vivian, I understand. I don't know. I understand you've done the job before, so I understand.
I know, terrible.
Yeah, I understand.
Sorry, Chris.
No, I understand. Alan Rives,
Yeah.
you wish to speak again?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, going back to the discussion I was having with Stuart, I've got on my screen here the the Brancaster Parish Neighbourhood Plan for 2015-16, brought into force 30th November 2015, and it clearly states this condition about bedrooms. So, this, as far as I can see, is the actual policy. So we really have to ask ourselves, we may or may not like this development, but we have to ask ourselves, it's a neighbourhood plan policy, and should we be enforcing it, or should we just shrug our shoulders and say, well, it's a nice building, we don't care, build it anyhow. I believe that the whole point of neighbourhood plan policies is that they're current and they're important, and they should have absolute attention, priority attention paid to them, where they are the most recent sort of expression of planning intention. And in this case, I don't see how we can possibly accept this if it's in breach of the neighbourhood plan.
Thank you, Alan. We get to Councillor. Oh no, Helen, you wish to speak? Clarify something.
I just wanted to clarify in terms of Councillor Lawton's comment about the parking and turning. I think it is important to note in this case, we are looking at a replacement dwelling. We're not looking at a new dwelling on the site. They're replacing one that is already there, and that is obviously going to have been taken into consideration by Norfolk County Highways in terms of the amount of space available for parking and turning. They are content that there is sufficient space for the proposal, and therefore they have recommended conditions which we've recommended be imposed, and that's obviously one of those is to ensure that the annex remains ancillary. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Norfolk County Council do not object, then we'll take it. Councillor Lawton, have you got, oh, Stuart wishes to speak.
Yeah. Just to come back, apologies, Councillor Rives, I was looking at the parking policy, but if I can just, what would have been helpful in the report, policy 1, size of houses, does say dwellings of 5 bedrooms or more will exceptionally be allowed where evidence is provided that this is needed to provide the main residence of a household with long-standing residency in the parish. So you obviously heard what the speaker said about his intention to live there. And also, I think it is important that the parish council support this scheme. It is their neighbourhood plan.
And they do, again. Councillor Lawton, is it a new point, Councillor Lawton?
No, it's just to reiterate safety.
Well, you've said it before, haven't you, about the parking?
Yeah, it's about safety, is what I'm concerned about.
Thank you.
My own and other people's safety.
We did hear what you said before. I understand that, Councillor Parish.
Thank you, Chair. It's really what's just been talked about, trying to establish whether this neighbourhood plan is being taken into account. And
you're cracking up.
it's not the parish council's neighbourhood plan, of course, it's the community's neighbourhood plan. And it's the neighbourhood plan would actually cut across anything that the parish council might decide, because the neighbourhood plan has been decided by the community. So is it infringing the neighbourhood plan, or isn't it infringing the neighbourhood plan? That's the question that's now been raised by Councillor Rives.
Okay.
Can you have an answer?
Yeah, there's a policy on size of houses, and what that says is the provision of smaller dwellings, those in 1, 2 or 3 bedrooms, will be encouraged. Rooms otherwise designated on plans but clearly capable of use as bedrooms will be counted as bedrooms for the purposes of the policy. Dwellings of 5 bedrooms or more will exceptionally be allowed where evidence is provided that this is needed to provide the main residence of a household with long-standing residency in the parish. New dwellings should be a maximum of 2 stories in height. If extra room is needed, it should be obtained by putting rooms in the roof rather than a full 3rd story. And care and consideration should be given to retaining the views within and of the AONB conservation area and listed buildings. So that is the policy in question. And that's the debate. There is, if you like, a get out, or it talks about 5 dwellings or more where evidence is provided. It's needed to provide the main residence of a household. And you've heard what the speaker has had to say, members.
Thank you, Councillor Rives. You got a new point?
I would just like to come back on that point, Stuart.
Well, this is where if we keep coming back on the
We're
same
not coming back. It's a fairly
we hear it again and again and again.
If I can just speak. The last, if we look at paragraph 3 of policy 1 of the neighbourhood plan, it says blah, 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 provide the main residence of a household with long-standing residency in the parish. This household does not have long-standing residency in the parish. Surely, Stuart, you see that. You know, I do not see how you could possibly stand behind this neighbourhood. You're denying the neighbourhood plan. And as Councillor Parish pointed out, the neighbourhood plan belongs to the parish, doesn't belong to the parish council. It's stated in the neighbourhood plan, and we should honour it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the most basic and simplest of questions. I'm inclined to go with this application. Mr. Lane is very persuasive. The one thing that I keep hearing, if long-standing residency, that's really subjective. What is long-term? But how do you continue with it being the main residence? In the future, someone will take over from Mr. Lane or his family. Someone will take over, and how do we ensure that that remains as their main residence, to put, you know, the new owner's main residence? I don't see how we can. I think that's a bit of a red herring, to be honest. You know, Stuart can give us an explanation, but unless there's a covenant put on there like there is on some of the council houses, but I can't see Mr. Lane wanting to put a covenant on himself.
No, we're not. Councillor Lawton, you was just, is it a new point, Councillor Lawton?
Yeah,
I've got to be a bit stricter on this now.
I want to make a proposal that condition 9 is strictly adhered to.
Is it in a condition? So it will be, won't it?
Oh,
if it's there.
8, sorry. Condition
when you say
8.
Well, if you say strictly, that all conditions are there to be adhered to. So I can't see why we should emphasise something that's already there.
Yes, but there's no plans for it, you see. So how can you put a condition on where nobody's made a plan for it?
Pass. Look, we've set this, we've given this a good airing. I was then going to take it to the vote quite some time ago. We have, oh, who's that? 2 more people wish to speak. Motion, what's that for? Who's that? Councillor Rives, yeah?
So I'd like to put forward a motion that we support the neighbourhood plan, and therefore, because of the neighbourhood plan, we have no option but to reject this.
Well, therefore, you will be voting against, no doubt, then, when it comes to the voting, yeah?
I haven't decided yet, but I'm just pointing
out this motion forward. Okay, fine. Will we move forward to Councillor Parish?
Do I have a seconder?
Well, yeah, that was a proposal, I think, from Councillor Rives, and that requires a seconder, so I'll second his proposal.
Well, so we've got a proposer. Stuart, do you want to wish to comment?
Yeah, no, I think we have got a proposal to refuse the application, as I heard it from Councillor Rives, because he feels it's not, well, contrary to the neighbourhood plan policy 1, and it was seconded by Councillor Parish.
Right, we will have to go to the vote if we've had a proposal and a seconder. You are voting, Kathy, are you getting ready for the roll call?
Yes,
You're voting
Chair, yeah.
for a refusal based on the motion by Councillor Rives that he does not comply with the neighbourhood plan. Is that right?
That is correct.
That is correct, and seconded by Councillor Parish. So we'll go to the vote.
Okay, Councillor Bauer.
Against.
Councillor Bubb.
Against.
Councillor Crofts.
Against.
Councillor Howland.
Against.
Councillor Hudson.
Against.
Councillor Joyce.
Against. Just.
Councillor Kirk.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
Abstain.
Councillor Manning.
Against.
Councillor Parish. Councillor Parish.
For.
Councillor Patel.
Against.
Councillor Rose.
Against.
Councillor Rives.
For.
Councillor Sandal.
Against.
Councillor Spikings.
Against.
Councillor Story.
Against.
And Councillor Squire.
Against.
Okay, so that proposal for refusal was lost, Chair.
Thank you very much. Kathy, we now go to the recommendation to approve. So you go through the same thing again, Kathy. And
Chairman, sorry, does that include the amended plan?
Sorry, I need to add that in. Yeah, I was reminded by Vivian earlier on. There is an amended condition to be added as well as going for the approval. So you're voting for the amended condition that's in the late report, plus the recommendation to approve. Over to you, Kathy.
Okay, Councillor Bauer.
For.
Councillor Bubb.
For.
Councillor Crofts.
For.
Councillor Howland.
For.
Councillor Hudson.
For.
Councillor Joyce.
For.
Councillor Kirk.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
Abstain.
Councillor Manning.
For.
Councillor Parish.
Abstain.
Councillor Patel.
For.
Councillor Rose.
For.
Councillor Rives.
For.
Councillor Sandal.
And for.
Councillor Spikings.
For.
Councillor Story.
For.
And Councillor Squire.
For.
Thank
So
you, Chair. That was carried for
That has been carried. That application is approved. And we now move on to page 57, Hockwold Wilton, and it's a mobile home, temporary accommodation serving existing equine stables business. I did check on Google, it's equine, not equine. So I shall hopefully stick to the equine bit. And it's in Hockwold Wilton. This will be Hannah's area. Hannah, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The proposal is at Soy Farm, Cowsgrove, Hockwold. It's for a mobile home, stroke temporary accommodation serving an existing equine stables business. The proposal is outlined in front of you on your screen. It's just, oops, daisies. So just get my little laser pen pointer. So the red line represents the application site. The access is from Sluice Drove at the top here, down to the bottom where the caravan would be sited in this location here. The wider blue land is owned by the applicant, who has an existing stables business. It's operated for some time. Some members may recall that we did have an application. It came to committee for the retention of day room, etc., located in this area here. Here we have the block plan and the wider site. So you have the mobile home identified in this area with a hard standing and parking space, the access going to the north here, and then the wider site here, which is also accessed by Cowsgrove down the bottom here. This is the proposed mobile home. It's a simple structure, just a 1-bedroom with kitchen, lounge, bathroom, etc. So here you're looking from Cowsgrove, looking north into the site towards the existing stables.
And again, that's the existing stables and caravan, which will be relocated to the position shown on the proposed plans. And they're looking from Sluice-Drove, looking south into the application site. And that is where the proposed access is. And then looking at Sluice-Drove itself. Okay, issues are outlined on page 59 of your agenda pages. You'll note that there is some late correspondence on page 4 of late correspondence pages relating to questions raised by both Councillor Rives and Councillor Joyce. The application is recommended for approval and it's brought to Planning Committee as the officer recommendation is contrary to the Parish Council representation and also referred by sifting panel. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Hannah. We have one speaker.
Could we have Mr. Kevin Watts, please, to address the committee, and you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I trust you can all hear me. Thanks very much. Okay. I'm the agent for the application. I have known the applicant, Jeanette Roberts, for a good few years now, and I can honestly say that she takes an extremely diligent and dedicated approach to care for horses with a genuine love and compassion for those in her care. Hopefully you can see evidence of this and the number of horses she currently has on the photos I sent through. In the 3 years since she purchased Soy Farm Stables, Jeanette has improved the facilities greatly, including repairs to leaking stable roofs, new fencing, planting decoration, general maintenance, and some of you may remember, as Hannah said, the approval a couple of years ago for a day room, office and customer toilets. Soy Farm Stables as a business has continued to grow since it was bought in 2017 by Jeanette. She now has 10 adult horses in her care, as well as 4 foals. Most of the adult horses were rescue horses taken in from holding stables where they were in turn taken from the RSPCA. If people like Jeanette don't take on these horses, many of them will be put down, and sadly this is very often the case as there are not enough people, stroke businesses out there to do so. I would like now to try and explain how 24/7 care is vital. Currently, there are 5 number brood mares. These need constant monitoring for their health and well-being, and of course, when they are ready to foal. Currently, there are 4 number foals. These are orphan foals, i.e. no mother, and they need feeding every 4 hours without fail. There's 1 number stallion. Many stables don't take on stallions. They are more boisterous and aggressive and have a tendency to try and escape from their paddock areas if not monitored. Jeanette is happy to care for stallions, but it is imperative she is on site for these reasons. Also, account should be taken that rescue horses are often in poor health and condition and therefore need even greater monitoring and looking after. Currently, Jeanette does not live on site. She is there most of the day, but has to sleep elsewhere. This is far from ideal as it is putting the welfare of the horses at risk. It is imperative that Jeanette is able to be on site 24/7 in order to give proper care that the horses need. I don't think it is being melodramatic to say that otherwise the horses' lives are being put at risk. There is the other issue of security, of course, especially where livery is involved and others' horses are being housed and fed. I noted an objection from the Parish Council to this application. Most of the objections raised actually related to the neighbouring property. This is understandable to some degree, as unfortunately it is known under the same address. However, the properties are separately owned and very much individual businesses. The main concluding objection was that, and I quote, "We don't want any more dwellings down Cowes Drove." I don't see this as a planning reason. Each application should be taken on its own merit and not an overriding opinion based on neighbouring developments. So to conclude, I really hope members concur with the planning officer and approve this application so as to complete the final piece in the jigsaw of this business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watts. Hannah, anything to add to what the speaker has said?
No, thank you, Chair.
I did notice that it was all about animal care rather than planning matters, but there we go. Members, over to you. I've got one person who wishes to speak on the chat system, and that is, when it loads up, Councillor Spikings.
Just to say that I don't actually have any objection at all to this application, but I just wanted to make sure that we've got a bit of a belt and braces with regard to the condition 3. And I would like to add an extra wording within that condition, which is that if it ceases, then the removal of the caravan, if I think it's reasonable, if members think it's reasonable, should be within 3 months of it. because that is one of the things we have had before, that we take it to it's got to stop, but we do need to put on a time frame if we want to have a removal. I don't want to see that. I'm not being negative towards this application, but it's just merely belt and braces. Thank you.
I understand that totally. We have had that where that's there in perpetuity. Is that possible to word that, Stuart, so that's included?
I'll jump in there.
Oh, sorry, it's Hannah.
Yeah, I mean, that is part, if members consider that's appropriate, then we can add that to the end of the condition 3.
We will have that when we come to the proposal at the end of the vote at the end. We will include that in, and then members, up to them if they vote for it. Either Councillor Squire.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually have an equine studies degree.
Oh, is it equine or equine?
It is equine. Sorry.
Equine. No,
Yeah.
Google said equine to me.
Or you can call it hippology if you like, which is the study of horses. I do think we should support this application. If you can't have a rural enterprise in a rural area, where can you? And regarding livery and security, if you're going to put your horse in an area and get someone else to look after it, or even if you're doing it yourself, you like to think someone's on site if needed for security, for welfare, for everything else. So I'm quite happy. I think we should definitely approve it.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did ask for a few more details on the business plan. To be honest, my knowledge of farming goes back a few years when I was trained in it. It's not a business plan, but it is only temporary, and that will give the occupants or the applicant the opportunity to build it up into a realistic business. And so I see that Councillor Patel wishes to second Councillor Spikings. I'll leave it to him to do that. But as many members know, my relationship with horses is not always the best. But yeah, I'm not against this. It will just give them a chance. I would have liked a more detailed business plan, but it's not available, so just give them a chance.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I note your Schmidt. I notice you wish to second Councillor Spiking's added to that amendment, or that an agreement, isn't it? Or amendment,
that's correct, Councillor.
Conditions. Got it. Right,
Yeah,
Martin Story. We're all looking forward to your contribution. This is your ward, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, that's just, I think, more or less what we got, which is obviously what was in front of us. The fact is that seems a very smart and well-presented place, to be fair, Chairman, having looked at it. I just think that the Parish Council, obviously, knowing the history of Kelsgrove over many years, Chairman, as we all know, that every application has to be treated on its own merits. What's gone before, we mustn't pay any attention to that, Chairman. We have to look fair and square as what's presented to us today. And I would just like to ask the planning officer, if I may. I know that she's already covered several points which the Parish Council have objected to, whether she could shed a bit more light, just the reason being for the Parish Council terms, so they are satisfied in their own minds, because we got at the bottom of page 65, the last paragraph, that we got the parish has got the ownerships confused between the applicant and the neighbour. So really that doesn't make good for an application, Chairman, when we see this in front of us to read, of course. But looking at the site, Chairman, I must say that, you know, that looks tidy, clean and well presented, Chairman, personally. And I would just like for the Parish Council's clearance, as it were, so they understand that why the Borough Council planning officers are recommending approval, why they've done that against the Parish Council recommended refusal, and just go through, Chairman, if I may, any points Hannah wishes to make as regards which may clarify the Parish Council's mind or satisfy their mind, Chairman.
Anything to add to that, Hannah?
To be quite honest with you, I think it's actually all set out within the committee report. Obviously, the land ownership is a bit of an issue, and you know that there, as Kevin Watts pointed out, there is a separate business unit adjacent to the site, so there is a confusion there with regard to landowners. But this is a proposed business use, it's moving on from the proposal that the applicant had before. She has set out a business plan. It is in its infancy, and obviously DM6 allows for such projects to come forward and to be able to build upon a business use and therefore demonstrate that a mobile unit is required in that location. Obviously, you'll note that at condition 1, that the caravan has already been there for about 6 months or so. So it's got another 2.5 year consent, subject to members approving the application. And in that time, the applicant will be able to demonstrate that, the presence is absolutely necessary, and then may come forward to, for a permanent dwelling in that location. But I mean, overall, the report covers why we are going with the recommendation of approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Parish.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Story's question and subsequent answer covered most of it. But just to clarify another point, there's a reference to 18/00510/F, which is a caravan without residential permits. Is that caravan on this site? Is this application for a second caravan, or is the caravan referred to earlier not there? That's what I don't understand.
Anna?
I think you're referring to the caravan next door on the adjacent site. Let me just find that 18 reference again.
While Hannah's doing that, Alan, Councillor Rives, I do remember you used to speak now, but you disappeared for some time. Did you hear everything when it was presented?
I came back just before the presentation
like me,
started.
Like 20 seconds, yeah?
At least 20 seconds, but
you
I
did
was
disappear.
Back. I was, but I was back in my seat before the presentation with the officer started.
You was.
If you wish me not to ask a question on that basis,
I'll accept what you say then.
Thank you very much, Chair.
I'll accept what you say. Councillor Parish, you've got...
bear with me, Chairman. Please may I answer Councillor Parish's comment?
Yes, that's right, I wanted to.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just to point out that the 18/00510, that is the adjacent site to which we're referring to, not the current application site. And right. that is a caravan that is outside the applicant's ownership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Alan Rives.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just have 2 points? First point regarding this other cabin. When we looked at the map, it seemed to be indicated paddocks 1 to 6. And therefore I wondered whether paddocks 1 to 6 are under the operation of this applicant, because I believe the other cabin is on one of those paddocks. Would that be correct?
Hannah, would that be you?
Sorry, I'm just going to stick you back on the presentation here.
Yes, sure. Yeah.
And just take you back to... Right. The paddocks that are in the applicant's ownership are these paddocks here. And that is shown on the adjoining, on this land here, 1 to 6. Those are outside the applicant's ownership. And let me just show you that. So paddocks 4, 2, 3 and 4 are on the adjacent area of land which is owned by somebody else. Paddocks that are owned by the applicant are here. So effectively that line, everything okay. this side of the line.
I understand that. I think my question is the applicant operating the paddocks to the right, which I can't see because my screen is so small, which not at all, it's absolutely different.
No, because they're outside of her ownership.
I'm just puzzled as to why they're all numbered in a sequence of 6, including those 3. But okay, that's fine. Second point, I want to congratulate the planning officer on having a heart. I also am a hippologist, or at least my wife is. And I see this as an animal sanctuary. There's no serious business plan here whatsoever. There really isn't. I think even in reference on one of the pages, there's reference to the fact there is 0 income for this scheme historically. I mean, it's really worthy and wonderful that people are looking after horses, but let's not pretend there's a business plan. This is an animal sanctuary, and as such should be supported. But we should not support it because we're kind of kidding ourselves that it is consistent with our own policies. It's not. There's no plan. There's no coherent plan. I believe if we look at the documentation, it actually requires the application to be supported by clear evidence that the proposed enterprise has been planned on a sound financial basis. All I saw was a discussion about the price of carrots. And then it was backed up by saying, well, these cob horses are going to be worth £2,000 each. I hate to be a apologist, but they're not worth anything. They don't have any value.
Thank you, Councillor Rives. We have a recommend. Well, we are asked to approve the application. We have to amend the condition 3, and that is to say that if the business ceases, well, we'll call it a business ceases, then that should be demolished. Is that the correct thing, Hannah? The site should not be continued.
Right, that it should be removed. It doesn't need to be demolished. It should be removed.
Right, considering that
within 3 months, Chairman, it was within 3 months.
Well, considering that, everybody, when we come to the vote, that will be included in the vote. Now we're asked to approve, but that will be included in it. Over to you, Kathy, for the roll call.
Okay, Councillor Bauer.
4.
Councillor Bubb.
4.
Councillor Crofts.
4.
Councillor Howland.
4.
Councillor Hudson.
4.
Councillor Joyce.
4.
Councillor Kirk.
4.
Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Manning.
4.
Councillor Parish.
4.
Councillor Patel.
4.
Councillor Rose.
4.
Councillor Rives.
4.
Councillor Sandal.
4.
Councillor Spikins.
That did include the condition, didn't it? Altered.
Yes.
Yes,
yeah,
it is,
thank
yeah,
you. Yeah,
yeah,
4. 4.
Councillor Story. Councillor Story.
4.
Martin, right.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Squire.
4.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously.
That should have carried. Thank you, members, for that. We now move on to page 68, which is Martin St James. We have 2 speakers. There are an amended condition for that as well, should it be go through. And there are 2 speakers. So, Hannah, over to you.
Yeah, just bear with me, Chairman, just get to the presentation. Okay, so this proposal is an outline application with some matters reserved, including access, and it's proposed residential development at land west of 47 School Road, Marshall St James. This is the application site. This is an indicative plan with the access shown to be included within the application. You'll note that it's from School Road and not from Hope Lane. Here you have the wider application site outlined in red with lands owned in blue. And then if you track back to page 68 of your agenda pages, you'll see the wider context with the site in relation to the village to the northwest. So there is indicative shown 4 dwellings, as you can see here, with associated garages. As I say, it is indicative only at this stage. This is the effectively the topography plan. And then you have a cross section through School Road and the site. Here you have sites that have already been approved. So you have the allocated site, which is currently under development here. You have the recently approved planning application here, which I think went through in February 2020, if members recall. This is the application site outlined here in the red. And then the purple area is a site that's been put forward as part of the local plan review. Here you're looking at the site from School Road, which is in front of you. That's the former Marshland Arms. If you remember, that was it was a change of use application that came to committee for its change of use to housing. This is the application off to the left. And then that's looking northeast along Hope Lane. So the site is on the left. Note again, that there is no access proposed from Hope Lane. And then from looking from Hope Lane west into the application site and the field shelter on the site. And that's it for photos. The application is recommended for refusal. You'll note that there is some traffic in late reps with regard to the applicant's comments about the access. I've clarified that it is not from Hope Lane, that it is from School Road only. There is also some representations from the Parish Council who object to the application. And there's also various comments from both Councillor Rives and Councillor Parish that are also addressed within late representations. The application is recommended for refusal. It is outside the development boundary, quite some significant way, and there are no material considerations that would outweigh that proposal. You've also got a significant highway objection with regard to a lack of land to be able to facilitate highway improvements. The application has been referred to Planning Committee as being called in by Councillor Long. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I did mention earlier there's an amended condition on this. There isn't. That's on the next one. I wrote it on the wrong page in Old Hunstanton. So there's no amended condition on this, but we have two speakers. Kathy, over to you.
Could we please have Russell Swan to address the committee, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members. Marshall St James is a thriving community which is identified as a new key rural service centre in the draft local plan. The site lies close to the development boundary for Marshall St James, and the officer's report confirms other approvals have extended the built form towards the site. You will remember our application in February for the site adjacent, which you approved. I want to reassure you that this application is not before you off the back of that. Both applications were submitted on the same date in early November. They were submitted as separate sites because they're owned by two different families. We wanted to bring them both to the same committee, but couldn't because we had a few items to resolve. The site has exclusive access from School Road. There's no access from Hope Lane. The site was put forwards for consideration in the LDF in 2016, and the yellow arrow on the image shows this. The green arrow points to the preferred option site, which is now under construction. The site sits entirely within flood zone 1, exactly where new development should be, and it's within 150 metres of the school and connected via a new footpath. The application has been called in by Councillor Long and has several letters of support from residents on School Road, including the owner of the former public house. There are 2 objections, one from the Parish Council and one from Highways. The Parish's reason for objection is that the site lies outside the development boundary. As before, this is an unusual case for a number of reasons. The site is close to the built form. It's diagonally opposite the preferred option site under the current local plan, under construction now. The fields directly opposite our site have been earmarked as the preferred sites for the next local plan, taking development to the natural edge of the village, which is the old pub. The old pub has approval for conversion to a dwelling. This is the natural location for the village to end. Marshland has welcomed growth over the last years, and this is the perfect location for it. Highways. The Highways officer states in his view the road is too narrow, and a widened road and footpath can't be achieved. Photograph 1 was taken last August, and it shows that School Road is straight with superb visibility. We've measured it, we've demonstrated on drawings the improvements can be accommodated. The Highways officer remains in his view that it can't. This isn't based on the facts that are presented, but could also be conditioned. To summarise, flood zone 1, sustainable location, 1 minute's walk from the primary school, diagonally opposite the preferred option site and the future preferred option site opposite, support from local residents on School Road, in line with the site adjacent you approved at the beginning of the year. This is very much the right place for new houses in this village. Support from Councillor Long, who's the councillor living in Marshall St James and the leader of the Borough Council. I'd respectfully request that you support the application with conditions you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, if I may, Richard Smith is here to explain the highways issues.
Good, good. Would it be appropriate for Richard to do that now before Councillor Long speaks or after Councillor Long speaks?
Chairman, I do have to leave. I have a training session at 12:30.
Great, okay, we'll let you speak now then, Councillor Long, and we'll talk to Richard afterwards. We'll give Richard the floor afterwards. Over to you, Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. That's very gracious of you. Chairman, the last time I came along to speak at the Planning Committee, I spoke on behalf of the site very close to this one. At that time, the application was up for refusal. It was outside the development area of the village. I made representations that the site was in fact as good as the previously adopted site that sits just diagonally across the road on School Road. I said that the site had good access to the village centre and that it was an approved site with conditions could provide a footpath that would make good access to the school, etc. When speaking the last time, I made reference to the former pub that sits away from the existing village and has failed as a business several times. This has seen it revert to being a private house rather than a public house that, given village expansion, may have been saved. Now we have a site presented to you that links with the previous application site adjacent to the former pub that, if approved, could provide much needed homes in Marshland, a village which has grown in size and popularity over the previous years since the arrival of the new village hall. Chairman, villages need infrastructure like the village hall, pavilion and tea rooms, but they also need population to keep those facilities vibrant. New homes in villages can only help make a place more sustainable. This application before you today would do exactly that, exactly the same as the previous application. This site is near to the school, it's near to the care home, it's not far from the village hall, and would be right next to a former pub, the natural stop on the edge of a village, before which is after which is open countryside. Chairman, I would urge members to consider this as they did the adjacent site and approve it.
Thank you very much. Hannah, anything to add about what the speakers have said?
No, thank you, Chair.
No, could we invite then Richard Smith to make his comments? Richard Smith is Norfolk County Council Highways Officer, and they are objecting to this application. Richard, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Presume you can all hear me all right?
We can.
Yep. Well, it's unfortunate that we are having to object to this because we had some requirements. Basically, the NPPF talks extensively throughout the NPPF about giving priority to other modes of transport than the motor car, and clearly there's a school at the top of this road and there needs to be a safe footway link. And to be fair to the applicant, they have endeavoured to show that a footway will be provided, and they've also endeavoured to show some carriageway widening that we would need, because if you are curbing one side of the carriageway, you obviously have a restriction on the width that then gives, which means that you need to allow for the vehicles that you would expect to go along that section of the road. Now, unfortunately, that they have produced some cross sections, and I think Hannah had those up a bit earlier, and that's where we have some concern. And effectively, if you can see from the existing road, you can see that the verge on the left-hand side of that drawing goes straight into a ditch. If you go up to the next one, Hannah, you can see the verge just at the top of the ditch there. That's only 900 millimeters wide at the moment, or thereabouts, and that goes straight into the ditch. And then if you go to the plan or the cross section below, you can see that they've had to get the sufficient road width in on that side, they've had to reduce the verge to, I think I've scaled that about 3 to 400, which is not acceptable to us, because you have to step the carriageway construction underneath the edge of the verge to provide a safe and robust construction on that side. Plus, of course, you need a buffer between the ditch for cars, and therefore that's what the ditch, what the verge provides on that side. If you look at the footway on the other side, if you go down again, Hannah, you can see that that's got an embankment slope on the back of the ditch, which is next to the fence there, that they've had to put in at a pitch which is unacceptable to us, because it doesn't really support that edge of the carriageway. So the long and the short of my long-winded piece on that is, across the section of the paddock, they need to move that across to where the footway side is, and by doing that they run out of room essentially, and they need some land off the paddock, and they don't have it. If you go further up the scheme, and if you can go to the topographical survey, I think you had that up, where you can see, I don't know if you need to make that a bit larger or not, but
yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that.
Okay.
On here.
Essentially, at the top end where the other application which was approved, you can see around that area there is a very large ditch at the front, where Hannah's highlighting there. Essentially, it fits, but if you actually bring the levels down at the right gradients, once again, there's insufficient room, and they haven't demonstrated that they control that land either. So ultimately, our objection is not one about what they're trying to provide. It's that they don't have sufficient land to provide a robust and buildable scheme.
Thank you, Richard. That's your contribution, yeah?
Yes.
You've
I
gone,
can answer any questions along the meeting if you want me to do that.
Thank you very well. Okay, well, Hannah, have you got anything to add after you've heard the speakers?
No, thank you, Chair.
You haven't? Right, we'll go to the Charles Joyce. You're the first person to want to speak on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the previous application back in February, I think I have to take the blame for actually pointing out how close the school was. On this application, in principle, I know it's outside the development boundary, I understand that, but in principle, I would support it. I have two problems. One, I don't understand why the two applicants didn't get together. They share the same agent, they've used the same reasoning for proposals, so why didn't they get together? The only reason I can think is they want to avoid affordable housing. Either that or they just don't get on with each other, whichever it is. But as Mr. Smith has said, this applicant doesn't have control of the land. So whatever condition we put on him, he can't fulfill. Yeah, so we can't put conditions on, but he simply cannot fulfill. And yeah, I know he's left, but I just don't understand why Councillor Long didn't try and get the two people together, put in a joint application, guys, and then the highways argument disappears, or certainly is less. So I'm really lost on this one, Mr. Chairman. In principle, I like the idea because it is close to the school. In practice, I can't get around a highways objection. I just can't get around that.
Thank you, Charles. With Councillor Parish.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed that Councillor Long said that you need to keep the village viable by building more houses. Well, in the current local plan, it was designated a rural village, I believe, and the site allocations were for at least 25 dwellings. But at present, permission has been given for 106 dwellings in this village. Yeah. Much of this overdevelopment has come due to the lack of a 5-year land supply a few years ago, and so developers jumped in. I've looked long and hard at the local plan. I am Vice Chairman of the Local Plan Task Group, and I cannot find a paragraph, a clause, which exempts Marshall and St James from its rulings. We have here a clear recommendation for refusal by officers with multiple references to the National Planning Policy Framework, the core strategy policies of the Local Development Framework, and policies within the Site Allocations and Development Management Plan. In addition, there is a highways objection that has just been clearly restated. The Parish Council objects. The CPRE has been moved to object because, quite accurately, they state that sufficient sites have been allocated within the current local plan to deliver the necessary housing targets without the need for additional unallocated sites. In other circumstances, this application would have been refused under delegated powers, and this committee's time would have been more usefully deployed. To vote against the recommendation would be to overturn the clear case put by officers. They might as well not bother. the core strategy might as well be binned, and parish councils could add another reason for their too often disbelief in the actions of this committee. I propose that we concur with officers and refuse this application for the reasons that they give.
Thank you, Councillor Parish. I've got myself down to speak next. And this is an area I know quite well. I used to live down Hope Lane. That's a long time ago, but I did. And it was way countryside in them days. The thing about this application is it's certainly countryside and the road does get narrower and there is a dike each side. And I know what Norfolk County Council are getting at to try and do something about that, be immensely costly, and they don't own the land to do it anyway. But the thing I want to stress is this: when you come to somewhere that's sustainable, if you want to nip out at the local shop and get a pint of milk, you've got about 3.5 miles to do. The same thing applies if you want to nip out for a pint of beer. Same thing, that would be in my ward, Emneth, because there is nothing, the thing they push is the school. Very true, the school's up the road, 300 or 400 yards, and the village hall probably 3/4 of a mile away. But that is it. Health centre, Upwell, probably 5 miles. The other way, I would think 4 or 5 miles the other way, Torrington St John. When it comes to, they'll say a lovely place to move and live, but if you want any facilities, then that's not there. And given how I feel about this, with the other one that went through on the last, I think I was under the care of the NHS that particular day, as I recall, and my able deputy chaired the meeting. But I was surprised when the other one went through, because it's definitely countryside, and probably, although the speaker says no, it strikes me as on the back of that one, thought they'd probably get this one as well. Now, I'm not going to vote for this because it is the site up the road that is alongside the school is the approved site. I believe there are 2 others along Marston, along the main road that have not been started yet. But the bulk of the people who've built houses along here are big houses, that some of them huge houses, and they're all on the back of our lack of a 5-year land supply, which is something that myself and Councillor Parish will not agree with a lot of the time, but that is a lot of the time, if you do not allow some developments in good areas, you can soon get back to that. This is not a good area for me, so I'm not going to vote for it. Given what I've just spoken about, the facilities available, they pressed, and the site next door to the school is been stalled twice. They build 3 houses, sell one, can't sell the others, and twice it's been stalled, that site. And the 17, I think they may have built 7 or 8 of them. I don't know, it wasn't to look at it. But I'm not in favour of allowing this one to go through because the facilities are not there for people to get to easily. You will definitely always need a car. And Norfolk County Council highlight the fact that it's difficult to do anything about the access to the school. And the next person to speak is Tony Bubb.
Thank you, Chairman. 2 points, one of which is to ask Richard a question. Ignoring the current state of Hope Lane, if the access was proposed from Hope Lane, would it be acceptable? And then currently Hope Lane, is that an acceptable condition for it? And the other question is, probably Councillor Patel can answer this one. With all the proposed development, would any shopkeeper in their right minds consider opening a shop in Marston St James to alleviate some of this lack of facilities which they appear to have at the moment?
Maybe not. Do you hear that? Maybe not.
No. Councillor Patel, you haven't got your name down. If you want to speak, Councillor Patel, please type your name in. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Patel, do you wish to speak? You've got to type your name in, Shimit. Have you finished speaking now, Tony? Right, you are to ask the Norfolk County Council, Richard Smith, a question you said.
Which I thought I had.
Ah, right. Richard, did you get the... Richard, I can't see you. Presumably you're still with us.
I am still with you, yes. Yeah.
Did you get a question from Councillor Tony?
Yes, I did. He said, would it be suitable to access the site from Hope Lane, I understand. Yes, the answer to that is no. That is actually how the application initially came forward. And as you would well know yourself, Hope Lane is incredibly narrow. And the issue about the footway would still be there anyway. It's just that the footway would then either have to come from Hope Lane, depending on how it's accessed, of course, or it would still be in the same position. But certainly vehicular access off Hope Lane is not suitable. It's too narrow.
I live there. I live down the bottom of Hope Lane that joins Bonnets Lane, and I know exactly what it's like. Councillor Charles Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Richard has answered most of the questions. My knowledge of this area goes back to being a bin man there several years ago, so I probably collected your rubbish one day. But yeah, Hope Lane, no, definitely I'd be against Hope Lane. But in principle, I support this. If there's a way around the highways objection, that's fine. But at present, we don't. And it does look a bit too much like a drip. I believe it was Councillor Markinson or maybe Councillor Spikens when there was a situation in Downham Market. There was a drip. It's something that we should stop, but I'm not convinced that's actually fully the situation here. I did hear what Councillor Long say. I have a lot of sympathy with what he says. I just can't get around his highways objection. So, you know, if necessary, I'll just put it forward for refusal with a heavy heart.
The recommendation is to refuse. We've got no more speakers. So, Kathy, if you do the roll call, you are voting for a refusal. And Kathy, over you for the roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Bauer?
For.
Councillor Bubb?
For.
Councillor Crofts?
For.
Councillor Howland?
For.
Councillor Hudson?
For.
Councillor Joyce?
For.
Councillor Kirk?
For.
Councillor Lawton?
For.
Councillor Manning?
For.
Councillor Parish?
For.
Councillor Patel?
For.
Councillor Rose?
For.
Councillor Ives?
For.
Councillor Sandal?
For.
Councillor Spikings?
For.
Councillor Story?
For.
And Councillor Squire?
For.
Thank you. That was unanimously refused.
Unanimously a refusal. Thank you very much, councillors. We now move on to page 78, and it's Old Hunstanton, extension and alterations to a private dwelling. This is the one that's got the amended condition that I wrote on the wrong page. They pointed that out to me. So there's an amended condition when we come to vote on this one. This is Helen's area again. Helen, over to you to present the application.
Chairman Martin Story, just to say, is it possible I've got to leave at this moment in time, all right?
Yes, Martin. Thanks for your contribution.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
See you next meeting.
Bye.
Helen, you're presenting this one.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. This application seeks approval for extensions and alterations to a dwelling called Strathcona that lies on the southern side of the Old Hunstanton Road within the Old Hunstanton Conservation Area. You can see the application site outlined in red here. One moment, I'll just... The application site outlined in red here. Again, there are slightly better site location plans on pages 78 and 79 of your agenda pages. This is the proposed site plan showing the extended and altered dwelling. So you can see the existing elevations along the top of the plans here. The existing dwelling has a steep pitch chalet style front elevation with a large flat roof dormer that is slightly off centre. And the rear of the property, you can see here, is very unusual with a stunted flat mansard type roof. And the style of dwelling isn't particularly characteristic of the area. In terms of the ground coverage of the proposed altered and extended dwelling, it would actually have a smaller footprint than the existing, although there would be more first floor accommodation. So here you can see the existing ground floor and the proposed ground floor there, and then first floor. All elements of the existing dwelling together with the proposed extensions will be clad with timber, brick, flint panels and render. under a new red clay hand tile roof, and access arrangements would remain unchanged. So this is the front elevation viewed from the old Hunstanton Road. And then this shows the application site here in relation to the neighbouring properties to its west. And again, this is the application site here showing the property in relation to the neighbouring property to the east. This shows the shared boundary with the property to the east at the rear. And then these are the rear boundary fields beyond to the south. And then this is the rear shared boundary with the property to the west. And then this is a close-up of the rear elevation of the dwelling. And that's a wider view from the Cromer Road. You can just see the roof of the dwelling there. This is just shows an example of the colour of render that would be proposed by the agent. So the key issues in the consideration of this application are as set out on page 80 of the agenda. The officer recommendation is to approve, and the application is brought to committee as it was called in by Councillor Lawton, and the officer recommendation is also at variance with the views of the Parish Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. We have two speakers.
Could we please have Paul Baysbrand to address the committee, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Paul, you're on mic. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're okay now?
I'm okay, all right, cheers.
Yes.
Old Hunstanton Parish Council has considered the amended plans and objects to these to this planning application on the following grounds. It's out of form and character with the area. The council appreciates the changes made to the application. However, it still considers the render to the front of the property unsympathetic to the surrounding buildings. In the draft neighbourhood plan, 91% of the residents feel any new dwelling, redevelopment, extension should be carefully designed to blend in with the adjacent properties to maintain the character of the village. So we can't support this because most of the houses in the area are cast stone with a little bit of chalk. And the first application was rejected because it didn't fit in with the surrounding buildings, and it still doesn't. That's basically all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We have, oh, it's over to you, Kathy. We'll speak, haven't we?
Could we please have Jason Law to address the committee now, please? And you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm here. Does that work?
Welcome, Jason. We can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I've asked for this photo to be displayed so you can see the real character of the existing building sitting within the conservation area. There's no denying that. What I'd like the committee to appreciate is if this was a new dwelling, we'd approach it in a different way. This is refurbishment, and we, for financial viability reasons for the client, we're trying to make the best of what we can of an existing building. One of the easy elements to remove is the oversized roof and then start again. But in order to keep our budget safe, we've got to respect the existing structure and especially the foundations. We would like to, if we could, put flint all the way up and brickwork. We can't because of the structure and the viability. So therefore, we're dressing the front with some flint and new bricks to replace the old bricks. And the render is a good way of addressing a new structure on top of an existing. We've removed substantial amount of flat roof extensions to the other side of the house, and we've addressed the very bizarre mansard roof at the rear. We think this is betterment and a very restricted project in order to achieve such betterment. We've worked with the planning officers, we've worked with the conservation team. Everyone seems to be happy there. We appreciate the parish's comments. There are 2 or 3 buildings in the conservation area with painted walls or render, but the rest of the village, there's many houses, not in the conservation area, many houses with render on them. It's part of the character of Old Hunstanton, I would say. We would like to say that this is betterment of a significant scale. I'd like the committee to appreciate that, and a lot of work has gone into doing this. While I have the time, I'd ask the committee to address condition 7. It seems to me they're restricting every other window at first floor rather than just the one window. I think it's just the wording of the condition, but if this could be looked at, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And anything to add, Helen, about what the speakers have said?
Just in terms of the form and character and the impact on the conservation area,
Right.
just to clarify that the officer obviously has covered that within the report at page 84, and the conservation officer doesn't raise any objections to the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've got an amended condition on there. We're asked to approve. I've had nobody, just one person wants to speak. Charles Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is very remiss of me, but I actually don't know Jason Law. I don't know if you do or any
Well,
other.
I think I remember him from being a councillor many years ago.
We have to remember what the LGA probity on planning is. It's just an oversight, but you know we have to record it.
Yes, of course we do. Yeah, I understand that. There'll be a few of us that would remember Jason. I've little doubt. Councillor Bauer.
I pass this. I go through Old Hunstanton virtually every day, taking my dogs for a walk, and I have to say I think it would be a great improvement to the appearance of the house as it is at the moment. And I would go along with the speaker who said, and I think it would fit in very nicely. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spikings.
I too concur with that idea. I've looked at this, at what is there now and what is to be proposed, and I think this is a vast improvement. I think also it's very sensible when they put the antique white colour for the render. I think it's definitely going to blend in, and I fully understand why they've had to do this, because when you do change your building, you are obviously a bit constrained with what foundations and all the other things that go on underneath that are never visible to most. And I think at the end of the day, this is an enhancement, and although they haven't got a neighbourhood plan, this is not contrary, I don't feel, to it, and I do support the recommendation.
I tend to agree with you. I haven't got any more speakers, but I know it was called in by Councillor Bob Lawton. Do you want to speak?
I haven't got a lot to say, really.
You haven't?
Right. I agree with the parish council.
Right.
It's not conducive to the surroundings, but it has actually improved the place. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. Helen, we've got Helen wants to say a few words, then Stuart, then we can probably go to the vote. Helen?
Yeah, I'm just clarifying if one moment on what the wording of condition 7.
Yes, I was going to bring that up.
I think there is an error in that. If I can just come back to you on that.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
You're dealing with that now, yeah?
If you want to Stuart to speak, and then
Stuart,
I'll
could
just
you
come back
want
to
to make your contribution?
I was going to say the same thing. Sorry, I was going to say I'm not going to buy Helen much time because I was going to say the same thing. We do need to clarify that.
Yeah.
As the agent has pointed out, it does read as if they all should be obscure. That doesn't sound right to me. So we'll just have a double check that. There may be an elevation missing in there. So we'll Helen's obviously just going to double check that.
We'll leave Helen to come up with that new wording then. There is an amended condition anyway, isn't there? That we've got to consider.
Yes, it's the way that condition 7's been worded at the moment. It makes it sound like all windows should be obscure glazed, other than those. It just needs to be reworded. So
could you reword it and so agreement with the vice chair and chairman at later before? Could you do that?
Yes, please. That would be good.
That would be better. Then myself and Carol will agree with your whatever, and then that will go. So we can now go to the vote. Presumably, Kathy, ready for the roll call?
Yes, Chair. So this is for approval. Councillor Bauer.
For.
Councillor Bubb.
For.
Councillor Crofts.
For.
Councillor Howland.
For.
Councillor Hudson.
For.
Councillor Joyce.
For.
Councillor Kirk.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
For. Councillor Manning.
For.
Councillor Parish.
Councillor Carish's left and he isn't going to vote.
No, I'm left, but I'm not voting because I left the room in the
He's not
presentation.
actually left the room. Okay, sorry, Terry, sorry.
Councillor Patel.
For.
Councillor Rose.
For.
Councillor Rives.
For.
Councillor Sandal.
For.
Councillor Spikings.
For.
And Councillor Squire.
For.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep.
I think that's carried.
That's carried.
I was going to try and go right through, but I don't think we can. We must give these applications their due. We've got 3 to go, but 1 has been withdrawn. But so we give them their full due. We're going to adjourn now for lunch. It's now 5 minutes to 1 o'clock. So could we reconvene at 1:30 on the dot? We have 2 more applications to consider. Okay. So can we leave that with you, Kathy, to close us down? I'll just put my...
Just turn your cameras off, please, and your microphones. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll be back at 1:30 on the dot. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Did you have a nice cuppa?
I've still got one actually. Here it is. That's all right. And a couple of sausage rolls. And that was me.
Baked potato, that's me.
What's for tea? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a bit windy here. I don't know what it is like your part of the world.
Very, very windy.
Yeah, a bit blowy. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a gale, but like the autumn.
Yeah, yeah. It's made a mess of my hanging baskets. I see out there, which is a bit of a game. They're swinging round. So there you go.
Same with mine. I can't see them yet.
Ah, right. I think I've just read some instructions that makes common sense. We are still live on YouTube.
Right.
We're still live on YouTube. So none of your dirty jokes, Mr. Howland. That'll just be me there here, nobody else. We've got 2 or 3 minutes and then we'll recommence. We've only got 2 more applications because the Barraway Drive one has been withdrawn. So it shouldn't be too bad now. Well, I'll make it 1:30, everybody. So if I could ask Kathy if she'll go through a roll call to make sure everybody's in attendance, and we'll get started again. Kathy, over to you.
Okay, Councillor Bauer.
Present.
Councillor Bubb.
Present.
Councillor Crofts.
Present.
Councillor Howland.
Present.
Councillor Hudson.
Present.
Councillor Joyce.
Present.
Councillor Kirk.
Present.
Councillor Lawton.
Present.
Councillor Manning.
Present.
Councillor Parish.
Present.
Terry.
Councillor Patel.
Present.
Councillor Rose.
Present.
Councillor Ives.
Present.
Councillor Sandal.
Present.
Councillor Spikings.
Present.
Councillor Story. Oh no, he's not here anymore, is he?
No, he isn't, no.
Councillor Squire.
Here.
Thank you. Yeah, everyone's here, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on then now to page 87. This is South Wootton. There's no speakers. This will be Helen. This is an employee's application. Someone who works for us at the council. Consequently, it comes before the committee every time. Helen, over to you to present it to the panel.
Thank you, Chair. This application, I'll just bring the presentation up. Yeah, this application seeks approval for a 2-storey replacement dwelling at 48 Nursery Lane, South Wootton. You can see the site location plan here outlined in red. There's better ones again on pages 87 and 88 of your agenda pages. This shows the site plan for the proposed replacement dwelling. And you can see the dotted line shows the outline of the dwelling that previously occupied the site. It was previously a single-storey dwelling that has recently been demolished. This site does lie within the development boundary and within the South Wotton neighbourhood plan area. So through to the proposed plans for the new dwelling. And you can see here, this would be the principal front elevation facing onto the road, rear elevation here, both side elevations. As you can see, there will be no glazing or no windows proposed on the flank elevations at first floor level. And you can see the floor plans here, ground and first, and then there's a roof plan. This is just taken from the tree report. There are, along the southern boundary, there are trees covered by a group tree preservation order, as well as 2 single TPO trees. The proposal does involve the removal of a few small trees, but they're not covered by the tree preservation orders, and the council tree officer raises no objection to their loss. So this is a view of the front of the site here. As you can see, that the existing dwelling has already been demolished. And this is just another view of the front. And as you can see, the trees such as these to be retained. So this is a view towards the rear of the site. And again, this is now looking back towards the frontage and the road, the nursery lane just here. And then this is view looking northwest towards the neighbouring property. So the neighbour on this side, number 50, is a 2-storey dwelling, as you can see. So there is a mix of single and 2-storey dwellings in the vicinity. The key issues in the consideration of this application are as set out on page 89 of your agenda pages. The officer recommendation is to approve, and the application is brought to committee because it's not an employee's application, but at the time the application was made, the applicant was a partner of a council employee involved in the planning process. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, anyone wishes to comment on this application? It is an employee, or dealt with as an employee. If there's nobody wishes to say anything on it, then we'll go straight to the vote that we're recommended to approve. Kathy, could you do the roll call?
Yes, of course. Councillor Bauer.
Oh, Tony Bob, sorry, that's okay. Tony, I've just seen your name pop up. Do you wish to comment?
Yes, just very quickly, Chair. I'm worried about the proximity of the north wall of the property to the next door. Is it giving enough room for any sort of maintenance?
Kathy, sorry, no, it's Helen.
If I just bring up the plan again. See, it is inset very slightly from the shared boundary, as you can see here. And the separation between the neighbouring property on this side is considered to be acceptable in this case. And there's the garage building here, and the actual main dwelling is inset from this shared boundary.
But is there room for a ladder or anything to get up there? That's the question.
Yes, I appreciate it's difficult to see, but it is actually inset. It's not directly on the shared boundary, so there is space there.
Okay.
Okay, Tony, happy with that? Kathy,
well, it looks very tight to me, but
well, picture on here, but I'm sure Helen knows what she's doing there. Kathy, have we got the names ready?
Yeah. Councillor Bauer.
We asked to approve her application.
Councillor Bauer.
4.
Councillor Bubb.
4.
Councillor Crofts.
4.
Councillor Howland.
4.
Councillor Hudson.
4.
Councillor Joyce.
4.
Councillor Kirk.
4.
Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Manning.
4.
Councillor Parish.
4.
Councillor Patel.
4.
Councillor Rose.
4.
Councillor Ives.
4.
Councillor Sandal.
4.
Councillor Spikings.
4.
And Councillor Squire.
4.
Thank you. That's
Well,
carried unanimously.
That one is carried. The next one to consider is page 106. It's Walpole Highway, and it's the siting of temporary accommodation unit incorporating staff welfare facilities, land southwest of Arbury Farm, West Grove Link Road, Walpole Highway, Norfolk, called in by Councillor Julian Kirk. This will be, Hannah, with you. Over to you.
Sorry, Chairman, just bear with me. I'm just trying to get the presentation. It's jumped back to where it was. So just
okay, no problem.
There we go, thank you. Okay, so this is land southwest of Ivy Farm, West Grove Link Road. That's at Walpole Highway. The proposal is in connection with an existing business. You'll see from the report that it's been explained that this is the Tamar Nursery's new site that members may recall that was approved a couple of years ago. That's altered slightly in terms of its layout and approved by a previous application determined earlier this year. But the proposal now is for a mobile home to effectively act as a temporary accommodation incorporating staff welfare facilities. Now, the agent has been contacted to clarify the nature of the accommodation. It is effectively being treated as a new dwelling in the countryside, and there's therefore been assessed under policy DM6 of the site allocations plan. So this is the wider land take for the Tamar Nursery site, identified in blue, and the red line area as shown here. And this is the accommodation, effectively a porta cabin style structure with a bedroom, bathroom, living, kitchen and dining room area, as shown here by the blacked out version. So this is the access to the application site. And the glass houses to the rear. So the mobile home will be going effectively in this location. And that's further close up of its kind of location in there. And that's the bunding to the front of the site. So it's taken from inside the site. And again, to the front of the site, taken from the roadside. So it will be here. And then a wider shot of the site, and then the signage at the front of the gates. Okay, issues are outlined on page 108 of your agenda pages. There is some late representations from both from Councillor Joyce, of which the comments have been reported as Assistant Director's comments with regard to crime number and thefts, and also crime and disorder. And I've just confirmed that the application has been assessed against policy DM6 and that the agent was required to provide details in support of that policy. The application is recommended for refusal. You'll note that there's some length that the officer has taken it through the DM6 criteria and concludes that it's not necessary in the interests of the business, hence the recommendation of refusal, the first recommendation, and a follow-on recommendation in terms of flood zone 3. It's like location in flood zone 3. Whilst it passes a sequential test, it also has to pass the exception test. And given that there are no sustainability benefits that would outweigh flood risk, that we've recommended refusal on the second ground, as you can see. The application is referred to Planning Committee as it was called in by Councillor Kirk. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Hannah. Well, we haven't any speakers and nobody wants to talk about it yet. So, Councillor Kirk, you called it in. Alan, I'll go to Alan Rives first, and then we'll go to anybody else wishes to speak. Alan, you hold.
Sorry, but my query is: Councillor Kirk going to be speaking as he called it in, or should I wait for him?
Presumably, he's going to be speaking next now.
Okay, fine. Given that we had a somewhat or a not dissimilar application earlier on regarding temporary temporary accommodation on a commercial site. It might be interesting to compare those two. Clearly, if they had some horses here, we'd be very happy with the situation. Seems to me you've got extremely good grounds to kind of put premises up here. Firstly, it's for staff welfare as well as some sort of security function. Secondly, it's way off the road. Thirdly, there's been a history of break-ins. Fourthly, this company has invested millions of pounds in these facilities. And fifthly, it's suffered from a spate of burglaries. Now, I'm in business. This is, surely the responsible thing to do is to allow some sort of night watchman facility. I see the officers make reference to kind of using CCTV. That in no way is going to substitute for having a presence there on the site. So I cannot understand how we could sort of agree to put temporary premises up on a horse sanctuary. And yet when we have £1 million business, which has been relocated, so it's technically a new business because it is operating a new site, we're actually taking the view that in some way this is wrong. And the second grounds for turning it down seems to be that the benefits to the business would be less than the kind of disbenefits to the local community or the local area under flood prevention. I mean, that strikes me as completely bonkers. I mean, here you've got a thriving business employing hopefully many people in West Norfolk. We want to support it, we want it to be secure, and we should be absolutely 100% behind this proposal to put temporary accommodation up, which is going to be for staff welfare as well as sort of a night watchman. It's not residential in the sense people aren't going to be living there full time. It's a nighttime office for a watchman. And it's been misdescribed, to present in any other sort of way. So clearly they need to put some horses down there, and then no doubt would all be down there buying them carrots all day long. Thank you.
Councillor Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Yeah, I call this in. I'd like to support this application. I've been a local guy that's lived there nearly 60 years. I know the circumstances. Security is a major problem. My own business has been targeted by thieves many times. The area is poor unemployment. We used to have a lot of fruit farms, nurseries, agricultural holdings. Not over exaggerating, most of the land's farmed by about 2 people around there now, 2 big companies. I think Tamar need to be supported all the way. They're employing local people. Many of the local people have to walk to work to this site. The security is a major, major problem there. As already been mentioned, security cameras do not work. Once the cameras picked it up and the staff have got in their cars and got to the site, long gone, damage has been done. I believe a generator was stolen from the site soon after it was put in place. The situation where it is the police can't get to us in time, Kings Lynn, Downham Market, or the Terrington Beach Station. I myself have been on the onto the police to have a ride out. We've got a lot of crime around that part of the county. The policeman hasn't actually got time to take me out for a ride out around the hot spots. That's how bad it is out here. We need somewhere for the night watchman to stay. It's out in the fen. It's windy, it's cold, it's wet for 9 months of the year, basically. I do think this company needs all the support it can get. As been mentioned, they've spent millions on setting this new nursery up. And I just think I would urge all the committee to back this. It's only a small unit on a massive nursery. We need to support this business with this unit. And I urge you to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirk. Charles Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the subject of electronic surveillance, well, yes, it does work very well most of the time. But from my time as being chairman of a crime and reduction partnership, which was a very good one, and from my time at Norfolk Police Authority, I know what the police will say. They haven't responded. I don't understand why, but they will say on-site security is the best security you can have. If it's backed up by electronic surveillance, all well and good. So if Councillor Kirk is proposing an approval with conditions set for yourself and the Vice Chairman along with Stuart, then I would second his proposal on those grounds that it is a crime and disorder issue. That's about all I can say. You know, I'm surprised the police haven't responded, but I'm confident from, you know, my relationships with them previously that they would say on-site security, go for it.
Councillor Joyce, thank you very much. Councillor Spikings, you wish to speak?
Yes, I was going to second it. Charles has got in, so that I'm really glad about that. This application has had a terrific amount of money spent on it with the glass houses, etc. As both you and I, Councillor Crofts, know when we drive into Lynn and have seen it for ourselves, how it's expanding. Right. Yeah. And these are our future employers, and we have to take note of them and support them. When they come along with all these businesses and want to expand and have growth, they don't expect that someone's coming behind busy pinching. So it isn't much fun when you have something of this basis. You do need proper security. I'm also pleased that they're going to have proper washing and toilet facilities for members. That's so important, especially with the COVID, that there's extra things put in place and that they can work safely within having their leisure, etc. there. So I am pleased to support this application, and I think, you know, the way forward is to embrace employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parish, we've had a proposer and a seconder at the present time, but we've got 2 or 3 more speakers yet. Councillor Parish.
Thank you, Chair. It's not up to me to disagree with Councillor Rives, but I will do. First of all, on security, I believe that there's only one quoted case of any security breach on these premises. It's not a thing that's happening daily or weekly or even monthly. And officers have demonstrated clearly why this isn't a sufficient reason for an agricultural dwelling. There's also reference in the documents for 2 appeals where a planning inspector confirmed the opinions of the planning officers, or the planning officers have confirmed the reasonings of the planning inspectors. So there are sufficient grounds not to allow this development to take place, this temporary building to take place. The other thing from my personal perspective is that if it's such an isolated premises, then the next question that would arise is an isolated person working. You'd have to have somebody else there in order to guard the isolated person who's being put in place to look after the place at night. So it goes around in circles, really. And electronic surveillance overcomes all this. And as another councillor said, can work effectively if it functions properly. So I think officers actually have got the argument correct, and I would support their reasons for refusal.
Thank you. Hannah, you wish to say something?
To be honest with you, Councillor Parish has just taken my fire, actually. But what I did want to just point out that, you know, this isn't just for welfare facilities or as a night watchman's accommodation, because the applicant didn't want to pay for night security. It is effectively a dwelling, and that's why it's been treated under policy DM6. We may have treated this differently if it was just for a night watchman's kind of small, a cabin. Effectively, just somebody goes there and works overnight, no sleeping. Thank you, Chairman.
Can I speak and say, is it a permanent building and they're not getting agricultural use? What do you call that? Agriculturally tied? Is that what is being proposed here?
No, it would have to be tied to the business. So effectively,
that's what I thought.
A new agricultural dwelling, yeah.
And it is a permanent one they're after, not a temporary thing.
No, they are after a temporary, as you would, as the norm in putting a new agricultural dwelling on the site. You normally have to go for a temporary first, and that is what is being proposed here.
Councillor Kirk, you've got a new point you wish to make?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It comes back to security. We don't, or it's to be honest, it's a waste of time reporting all the break-ins you get around here. The police, you know, you perhaps get a crime number if you're lucky, or they come and see you in about 2 months' time. This is a major problem in this part of the county. I know just recently the greenhouse locks have been drilled out. People getting in, damaging the locks on the greenhouse. What's going to happen when someone gets broken glass? This is the major problem we've got at this site. and we've got to face the facts. We're in quite a hot spot for criminal damage. Again, I know my own problems I've got out here. This glass house is about 2 miles from where I actually live. But you've got to face the facts. There is a big problem in this part of the world, and you've got to have somebody on site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rives, you wish to speak?
Thank you. Can you hear me on? Thank you. It's not often I disagree with Councillor Parish, but I think on this occasion there is reference in the documentation for a significant number of thefts occurring from this site. And Councillor Kirk has just referred to another criminal activity. So it's a commercially, it's a high risk area to kind of keep valuable goods. Regarding staff welfare, the COVID point is absolutely relevant, I feel. And I would like to propose that we accept this application, subject to the normal sort of conditions we apply to temporary buildings and agricultural areas, i.e. if for any reason it sort of is no longer relevant to this site, then the building is removed.
I thought that Councillor Kirk had proposed...
oh, sorry.
I thought he had. Had you not proposed and seconded by Councillor Spikings?
In that case, I stand down. There's already a proposal.
You have, Councillor Kirk, I believe you did you not?
Yes, yeah.
You want to say your planning reasons?
My planning
Security
reasons?
will be one.
So, sorry, me and Mr. Councillor Spikings.
Well, you, a proposer.
Yeah, I propose that it's we accept this. I'd like a seconder for it, please.
Councillor Spikings already said she'd second it.
Yes, but if you remember in the debate, Councillor Joyce proposed it before I came along.
Yes.
Now,
yes, that's
correct. Me then. I didn't know that. Well, we just need one proposer and one seconder. So what's the first one, Councillor Joyce?
I was the first seconder, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
I was the first seconder.
Okay. So Councillor Kirk, for a start, is proposing, and you're proposing we accept this, and your planning reasons are security is one.
It's crime and disorder, Mr. Chairman. That is almost enough, but also to support rural businesses. That's
right.
two. You
What's
have
needed
to,
staff
with
facilities?
Well, wait, Mr. Chairman, with conditions set by you, the Vice Chair, and Stuart. That would be the other bit. You would be second.
And you are the seconder then, Charles.
Yes, I must.
Charles, you are the seconder.
For taking.
Yeah. Okay. Stuart, you've got enough information there to come up with a reasonable reason for voting.
I have, although Councillor Kirk obviously was the proposer, so he'll need to confirm what Councillor Joyce has said in terms of whether he agrees that was the reason he put forward for the approval.
So we're voting for approval, and so with security as the main reason, yeah.
Yeah, it was crime and disorder, as I had down, Chairman.
Crime and disorder.
It's the reasons Councillor Joyce had said, and again, I assume that Councillor Kirk is happy with that, because obviously Councillor Kirk is the proposer.
Okay,
I'm happy.
And the second. Right. Okay. Great. We've got this as a proposed and the seconder to approve this application. Over to you. Kathy. Sorry. Over to you, Kathy, for the roll call. We're voting for an approval of the application.
Okay, Councillor Bauer.
4.
Councillor Bubb.
4.
Councillor Crofts.
I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Howland.
Against.
Councillor Hudson.
4.
Councillor Joyce.
4.
Councillor Kirk.
4.
Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Manning.
4.
Councillor Parish.
Against.
Councillor Patel.
4.
Councillor Rose.
4.
Councillor Ives.
4.
Councillor Sandal.
Approve. 4.
Councillor Spikings.
4.
Councillor Story. Oh, he's not here.
He's not here, Martin.
Councillor Squire.
4.
Thank you. That's carried, Chair.
That would be carried. So that one has been approved against the recommendation So there you go. This happens sometimes. That completes all the applications we've got to decide. We now move to the delegated applications, the ones where officers have delegated. They tell you in every planning application agenda you get, we've got to approve the delegated decisions. Anybody, anything to say against that? Or shall we say they're all approved? We'll say they're all approved. Nobody else has said any differently. We've also got today Richard Fisher with us. Is Richard with us now?
Yeah, hi.
Richard is with us. Richard is our arboricultural officer. I struggle with that every time. And he's going to give us an update on the TPOs and the tree issues. Richard, over to you.
Thanks very much. Just to update you over the past 6 months of what we've been doing in the arboricultural section. First of all, I must apologise. In the table, there's a typo. It should read from the 1st of November rather than the 1st of May. It really has been business as usual over the past 6 months. We've served 3 TPOs. One objection was received, which was approved by you at committee. One was done under delegated powers, and there's one more to come to committee, which I'm hoping will be next time. As I said, apart from that, it's just business as usual, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Richard, I just want some clarification on something that happened at a drainage board meeting when someone argued when I said to them, anything greater or bigger than a sapling is protected in conservation areas. Would I still be correct?
You're along the right lines there. Yeah, I mean, it's the regulations state that anything that measures over 75 millimetres in diameter at 1.5 metres off the ground is covered by the conservation area regulations.
So, you would argue I'm wrong, you see, but I just wanted to clarify that point.
Well, it depends on the size of the stem.
No, does it? Councillor Wright, you wish to ask Richard the question?
Yes, thank you. In many applications, references made or conditions made that trees need to be planted as part of the development. Then normally these trees are required to be there for 5 years, and quite often, so I understand, after one day after 5 years, these trees are ceremoniously sawn down. How can we protect the intention of the planners against this sort of situation, against this development occurring? Thank you.
Well, I guess you could protect them indefinitely by condition, but Stuart might be able to answer that better than me from a planning perspective. The only other way we can deal with it is via a TPO, but then again, small trees don't really contribute greatly to the amenity of the local area, which is one of the fundamentals for serving a TPO.
They're a tree of merit, they want protecting, don't they?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, thanks everybody. I don't know if anyone asked any other questions. If not, do we approve and note Richard's contribution or his report? Yes. I'll take it where that is noted. Well, that concludes today's meeting, everybody. Thanks for your contributions. It's been an eventful one, I will say that, which we've made some strong decisions. Just a reminder, we have a planning training session, I believe it's the 23rd, Thursday the 23rd, where Terry Parish said something about recorded votes. We will discuss that and decide which road we've got to go down there. And I think there's other things that Stuart is going to be bringing up about officer and councillor relationships and whatever. This is a new thing we're working on, and we keep learning new things when we're doing this online. I mean, someone who knows me quite well looked at our last meeting and no doubt to check and see if I was any good at it, and I've little doubt, but he didn't know who Stuart was. And this is the sort of thing you don't realise, that's the general public. And so now and again, I shall give Stuart his full title. I only did it once today, but that's the sort of thing that can happen because it's all new. Anyway, thanks for that. Our next meeting is on August the 10th, where we've got a full programme, of course, of applications to consider. And with that, I'll declare the meeting closed and bid you all good afternoon.
Cheerio.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
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 Chris,
Yes.
Is Richard still there?
Richard is still Richard. Oh no, Richard has gone now. I think.
Oh right.
I can't see him.
There. He's there.
Oh, he is here. Oh, Richard's still with us. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I mean, I know it's not to do with tree preservation orders, but I wondered how, with everything going on with COVID, how planting was going on, the big planting schemes. Are we, tree planting in Norfolk, and especially, of course, in West Norfolk?
Well, we hope to. It's just we're still being led by obviously the science and how the disease progresses and stuff like that. I hope to have a program of planting over the autumn winter months, but again, I can't put anything down on paper just in case, you know, the science doesn't back up us being able to get into close.
Thank you. We're still on YouTube, so probably we ought to declare the meeting closed. You
right.
Could also
thank you.
Richard at a later stage if you want to know anything, of course.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm now going to put the kettle on.
Bye.
Bye.